Good evening, everyone. As we start this meeting, it's at 6 o'clock. I call the meeting to order. So I'm just going to mute. There we go. As we always do, we just want to acknowledge that we're gathering on the traditional territories of the Coast and Straits Salish people. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen-speaking people known today as the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations, and their connections to these lands and adjoining waters continues to this day. We have up first approval of the agenda for November 28th, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We have adoption of minutes of November 14th, both 5:15 and 6 p.m., moved and seconded. Are there any minutes, changes, corrections, additions to the minutes? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Those carry. We have just then receipt of the Heritage Commission minutes of July 19th. Move receipt, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. It won't go this quickly through the whole thing, but there we go. We also just, if I can just get someone to move 5.1 and 5.2 as Rising Reports.
Rising Report 5.1, 5.2.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Or decisions already made, just Rising Reporting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. Those carry. Mayor's remarks are likewise brief tonight. I do want to remind people if they're calling in to address council in the open portion of the meeting. This is not for items that are on the agenda, which we'll deal with as they come up on the agenda, but just to the open portion if you want to discuss items relevant to Oak Bay. The next item is that item, and so if you're watching on the live stream and you want to call in, you can call in the 1855 number and hit the meeting ID and passcode, and just hit the *9 once you're in, and that'll raise a hand on my screen, and we'll have anybody who wishes to address us. My only comments, I just want to thank the Business Improvement Association for the successful light-up last night, and to Mr. and Mrs. Claus for a fantastic entry. It was, for those of you who don't know, that was, I started by community members and a couple members of council looking for a response to 9/11. It was seen as just a dark day that the community wanted to do something special, and so they organized a light-up on the avenue, and it was a fairly small affair the first year. And it's growing and growing, and it's just become a real institute. And if you were there last night, it was quite incredible. It was the 20th year of the light up, and just a huge crowd out celebrating, so it was lovely. And I also just want to let people know that the Arts Alive voting is still live, but it does end in 2 days on Wednesday, on November 30th. So if anybody hasn't and wants to vote for the Arts Alive art pieces, this is your chance to do so. Moving on to the public comment and question period. This is an opportunity for members of the public who wish to address council on any items of interest to Oak Bay to do so. We have up to 3 minutes per speaker, 20 minutes total, 30 minutes total. And it's just an opportunity if people wish to address council. So if you're on the Zoom call, you can hit your raise hand. If you're in person, you can put your hand up and speak. If you're here or online to speak to items on the agenda, we will have opportunities at that time to speak to us on those items. So this is more general. I do have one person on my list, I believe, that was interested in speaking. I'm not sure if that's... There was a Maureen Garden, is that? Yeah, this is the chance if you want to just, so, no, that's okay. So you just come up to the main thing. I'll help you out with the instructions. So if you just, so when you're ready to speak, you can hit the button and that'll amplify you and the people at home can hear you. And all we need is up to 3 minutes to talk to us about items of interest to you.
Hi, my name's Maureen Gardine. I live in Oak Bay, and I'm just hoping to put a bug in council's ear to perhaps amend the bylaw around heat pumps to allow them on the side of the house as well as the back. I think more people are putting in heat pumps, and I've heard, this is from a salesman, but still, that they're much quieter now, and so I'm hoping that so long as the noise isn't any louder to the neighbors, whether we can't change that bylaw. And of course I'm mentioning this because I want a heat pump in, and it just isn't going to be viable in the back of my house. So I guess if the bylaw doesn't change, I would apply for an amendment, or not an amendment. A
variance.
Variance, exactly. That's it.
That was short and sweet. Thank you for that. We don't make decisions based on these applications like when you come to us right now, but it's certainly something we can take and
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. And you're welcome to stay with us as long as you wish tonight, but we won't feel offended if you leave.
Okay, well, I'm here already.
Is there anybody else who wishes to address council on any items of interest, general interest to Oak Bay? Again, if you're online on the Zoom call, you can raise your hand through the app, or if you're called into the 855 number, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. I don't see any phone numbers dialed in, so I'm assuming we don't have any of those. I don't see any, so I'm going to move on to the next item on the agenda here. Up next, we have moving into reports and memorandums. All of these items on our agenda in this section are subject to public input, so if people wish to address council on this, you can. The order of business here is basically we have Chief Mark Fisher from Oak Bay Police to provide an overview of the provisional budget, and you can. And then once he's done a short presentation, we'll have questions of council. And then if anybody from the public wishes to speak, you can, and then we'll get to motions or discussion of that motion. So, Chief Fisher, welcome this evening.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. I'm here to present the police board budget for 2023. I attended the police board meeting last month to present the budget to them and sought approval from them initially, where we went through the entire budget. There's a section within the BC Police Act that requires that the police board present a provisional budget before council prior to November 30th of each year. So that's an explanation of the timing of this request. It's common each year that we come at this time with the request. My request for this year is for a 4.1% increase to the department budget. That equates to an increase of $233,700 on a total budget of $5,873,400. I thought I'd spend a few minutes going through some of the drivers of that budget increase, and then obviously be available for any questions. In the protective service area or category, there's about a $90,000 increase in benefits. ECOM, which is our dispatch service, so that's a dispatch service that all police services contribute to and use, handles both non-emergency and emergency calls. For 2023, they're projecting an increase to our budget of $45,000. That's about a 16% increase in costs. I'm also requesting a $28,000 increase to our department training budget. As some of you may know, we have a large number of new supervisors within the department, as well as new members to the department, some from out of province. So we have a real focus on not only training on some of the tactics and investigational skills that our members have, but also a requirement for some leadership training, which I think is super important, given that these people they're filling a key role in the organization, but also they're going to be with us for a significant amount of time. And it's really important in any agency, but particularly in a small agency, to develop those skills early. So a large portion of that is leadership training, both for some of those members, as well as for our new deputy chief. Obviously, it's important to train her in that role, and some of us come to the role with varied leadership experience from other organizations. Having brought her up through the organization, it's going to be really important that she gets the same opportunities that many of us had for that type of training. So that's also included within that cost. Considering a police executive mentorship course that's through the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. So she would spend some time with other chiefs from across the country on that training course, and then actually do some shadowing for about a week with another chief in another community, which I think is a fantastic opportunity. One other piece there's a fair and impartial training course for police officers across the province that we will be delivering to our members. Some of our members already have it, others don't. And that will be part of the provincial policing standards. We'll have to have that training in place within 2025, so we want to get a head start on that. We participate in several integrated policing units throughout the CRD that all of the police agencies are part of. There is about a 14% increase in that category for this year, which equates to about $23,700. Some of that is wage driven, but the majority of it is driven by two new positions within those integrated units. One is a coordinator for the Greater Victoria Police Diversity Committee to coordinate our inclusion and diversity efforts across the region. And right now that's being done piecemeal off the side of a desk of a full-time police officer who chairs that committee. And we did a series of consultations over the past year with diverse communities throughout the region. One of the primary recommendations was that we focus even greater effort in that area, in coordinating efforts in education for our officers, as well as involvement in several of the community events. So it's hoped that with a dedicated position there, which would be a civilian position, who has more training in this area than many of us do as frontline police officers, that would make us far more effective in that area across the region. So that's one of the new positions. The other is a sergeant's position in charge of the Greater Victoria Public Safety Unit. They're the unit that manages and handles protest activity, sometimes large search scenes for us because of their specialized training as a team. They've seen a significant increase in workload over the past couple of years in the Victoria area. And although we haven't used them a lot in this area, that is a unit that I say we would probably derive significant benefit from with their expertise, both in deployment and training as a team, but also their expertise in the law in the area of protest and civil disobedience. So they bring a different level of expertise to the table, which I think is really important for us. So those are the two positions. When it comes to new equipment, for 2023, we are scheduled to replace all of our handguns, our pistols. They usually have a lifespan of 10 to 15 years, and we're at the end of that lifespan. So that's about a $30,000 increase. As well, our mobile computers in the cars is another $30,000, and docking stations for each of those, they're scheduled for evergreen replacement. We also, as you're aware, had a commitment last year from the police department when we replaced vehicles in our fleet. As part of the evergreening process, we've made a commitment that each of those vehicles going forward will be electric. So we have an increase, or not an increase, but an inclusion in the budget of $60,000 for a EV, as well as about $25,000 for the upkit, or the police kit that goes into the vehicle, which obviously has to be fabricated separately. We also require a new fingerprint scanner for our criminal record check fingerprinting. It takes electronic prints so that we can have we have one already, but it's due for replacement, and that predominantly in this community used for employment purposes and criminal record checks, as well as some of the volunteers working with vulnerable sectors or youth in the community. Those are the primary drivers for the budget changes in this year. I just want to note for council's information, we're going into collective bargaining starting tomorrow for an agreement that expired the end of 2021. So I'm open to any questions anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Chief Fisher. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Chief Fisher, for being here tonight. I appreciate everything that the police department does for our community, so I want to say that right off the bat. It is quite a large increase compared to past years. It is, I think the $233,000 would probably equate to about 1% on our taxes. But you've laid it out really, really well on exactly where that money should go. I do have a couple of questions. Why is there such a big increase in the e-com services? I thought that might be an issue, but maybe you have some answers on that.
Chief Fisher?
Yep. E-com, some of it is around staffing and increasing staffing in e-com. Some of it is around technology increases and equipment that they're hoping to purchase to enhance the service that they provide. E-com is a challenge for us. Right now it's a challenge across the province for many agencies. And we are in constant discussions both as police services and as boards with some of our concerns around some of the level of service. But as I said, it is at least at this point, that is the service that we are to engage in, and these are the costs that they've told us it'll cost to deliver that service next year.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Also, the new equipment, like the pistols, et cetera, is there a reserve fund for that we use?
Yes.
Or is there is? Okay.
Yeah, there is.
Also, thank you for going electric on your vehicle. Is that comes out of a reserve fund also?
Yes.
The only last comment that I would make is it's interesting that you're going into negotiations tomorrow for the retro payment, because I'm imagining that could add a lot onto the budget as well, but we would have some money put away for that, correct?
So there's a contingency account, and Chris Payne would have more details on this, but that is, the money that is set aside in anticipation of wage increases, so that's not included in the budget. Tough to predict in this environment, but we anticipate that the money set aside will put us in a good position on that front. But yes, it does come out of a different account.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Patterson, I just want to acknowledge we have Wendy Zink, one of the members of the police board here with us in the room. So thank you for coming out and support as well, and Deputy Chief Shannon as well. So thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Braithwaite, for asking some of the questions in advance. But thank you. I too appreciate, Chief Fisher, you being here tonight to present this to us, and all of the backup behind you there. It's also nice to have. It's nice to have people in the room for a change. The one question that I do have though is, it makes reference to Police Vehicle 74, and I'm sure you know what Police Vehicle 74 is. I know that we do actually use a Leaf also, and this is of course the Mustang, so it seems apparent that there's different purposes for this. What's the deciding factor for the vehicles that may be chosen for the police service?
Sure. So the Leaf is an administrative vehicle, which means for the most part we're not carrying equipment in it as far as extra equipment for attending motor vehicle accidents, measuring at scenes, and extra guns that we have. We have a carbine rifle that we carry in patrol vehicles, as well as extra gear in it. In a patrol vehicle, your likelihood of being stuck outside at a scene somewhere or something of that nature. So you're carrying a lot of extra gear that enables you to do those frontline investigations, whereas the Leaf is predominantly myself or the deputy chief that drives it. So you don't have the same space requirements. In addition to that, you don't have the computer that I referred to, the mobile data terminal, which is a large, heavy-duty laptop that's probably about this size by that thick, that sits on a large metal mount that comes up from the floor. So you have that in the cab, as well as a police radio and console, which takes up about that much room. So space is a huge requirement in that cab. In addition to that, you've got different sized officers with their vests on and equipment. So size of a vehicle is a big deciding factor in finding, and it's a challenge with EVs, to be brutally honest with you, in finding one that will work for the different sized officers, particularly when they have all of their gear and equipment in the cab area, as well as storage in the back. Last year we purchased the Kia Niro, which is a small SUV. It was the first electric patrol vehicle in the province. That commitment and that delivery of that commitment came with its own challenges in trying to, some anticipated, some not anticipated. And one of the big ones was because it hadn't been done before, to find an outfitter that could make the shield and the police equipment for the back and the radio mounts for that specific vehicle. We didn't anticipate the challenge that came with that in finding someone, and there were worries about not only how to do it, because there was no template on how to do it, as there would be for a regular patrol vehicle that we buy of one of the normal makes. And then concerns around liability if they were to make it. So a lot of hoops we had to jump through. The advantage with the Mustang is others have been down that road with the Mustang recently. So there are other patrol vehicles of the EV Mustang in service in Canada, in Eastern Canada. So at least we have something to rely on that front. I think it provides the space that we're looking for. And then as EVs evolve, we'll probably look at other vehicles as well. But those are the predominant factors that we can, at least at this stage, that we consider.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Any other Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Fisher. I just wanted to ask one thing, and it may be that I'm not following through, but in the protective services increase that you're projecting or asking for, that you've given us an itemization, and I follow all that. I couldn't quite get it to add up to 185.5 though, and wondered if there's inflationary increases or other smaller items in there that are part of that figure. Thank you.
Yes, in each of the categories, I highlighted the larger drivers within each category. I didn't do a line-by-line accounting, so you're correct. It doesn't add up to the 185. There are smaller items within that, i.e. uniform would be one that comes off the top of my mind that would fall within that.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Chief Fisher. Thank you for coming, Chief. I share Councillor Braithwaite's concern about the increase in e-com services, and I appreciate your comments on that. Just wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit more about, like, if this is something that is at some point a year-over-year increase on this kind of magnitude is going to reflect itself, in our municipal budget, and I think we need to pay attention to it. And I know this is not obviously driven by you. I'm guessing maybe just asking for your comments and potentially also the mayor as chair of the police board. How can we as a council sort of bring our concern to bear about that, and what, there's not really a lot of other options in terms of the way to service that dispatching service, but certainly I know that that's been a discussion that's been had. So I just wonder whether you had any further comments about that, about how council could cast their minds to bringing their concerns to bear about that.
You go first, and I'll talk about the BC Association. Go ahead.
So from a chief's perspective, we have had concerns and continue to have concerns around some of their services as it pertains to the delay in answering non-emergency calls in particular, and some of the feedback that we hear from residents and how that can reflect on the police department, and that they assume that they're calling the police department when they call and get e-call. And we've spoken at length as chiefs across the province to them about some of these concerns, and put some of those concerns in writing as well to try to affect change. We have had meetings with them around the concerns to highlight them, and we're hopeful moving forward that that will bring about some change in the interim. Some agencies have had to reconsider how they handle their non-emergency call answering. Now, we haven't done that because the number of calls that we see dropped or people hanging up on a non-emergency are not at the levels that are happening in some other communities across the province. So it's a much graver concern for them, at least at this point in time, but it's something we monitor closely and obviously discuss at the police board level as well.
And I'll just, on the portion of police boards, this has been raised again across the province. There's 14 independent police boards, and the rest are managed through RCMP. So of the 14 independent police boards, we've met on that. We've had presentations from ECOM. The same issues, really public safety concerns about the inability to answer non-emergency calls, which are often really emergency calls, which is the problem. People will call, we've got a suspicious person walking down, but they don't see it as urgent, so they don't call. So the BC Association of Police Boards has been quite active on this file, trying to make sure that concerns have been raised. The issue of cost is a secondary, but a very important piece. And while this increase is large, you can imagine where you have many, many millions of dollars, that sort of 16 to 20, 25% increases are year over year is becoming quite unsupportable for a number of the larger agencies. And so there's a lot of, I'd just say that this is it made the news a while ago about the dropped calls, the costs. It's not been resolved to date. I guess that's probably all I can tell you at this point. There's a lot of effort being made with the ECOM has its own board, which is by the nature of when it was provided, it was made up of Lower Mainland directors. And so, at this point, that work is with that board, trying to see how they can resolve the issue, because I think it's fair to say that there's concerns about the level of service and the costs across the province at this point, and not yet been resolved. Not a very thorough answer, but no, that's where we're at the moment. Anything else? Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Through you, Mayor, to Chief Fisher, I just wondered, there's been some recent advocacy at a municipal level around a change in being proposed, I gather, with 911 dispatch going directed to the crisis hotline for mental health issues. And I'm just wondering if any of that's coming across your radar and how that might potentially have future budget implications if something like that was to go ahead.
No, it hasn't specifically, at least at our level in this department. I haven't had that. There's been discussions about, I think with other agencies within the CRD about ways we can do more education to divert some of those calls in the first instance that police may not be the most appropriate response to, both to lessen obviously the call load on some of the police agencies, but more importantly to get the right people at the right place at the right time for those calls that maybe don't warrant a police response. So there has been a lot of work over the past couple of years on that front to try to find alternative programs or services that people could call in and educate the public around not using 911 or police as your first level of response for that. It's challenging in that we're here 24 hours, and a lot of the agencies that provide service are not a 24-hour service, so that has always historically been a challenge on that front. But
thank you. Thank you. We have the motion, we have the report here in front of us. Before we go to motions, though, we've had questions from this body. Is there anybody from the audience online or in the audience who has any questions or comments? This is a public meeting in which the public is welcome to speak. Calling once, going twice, checking online. I see no. If you're online, you can use the tool there to raise your hand, but I don't see any hands being raised within the Zoom call. So I will come back to this table. Councillor, can you turn off your microphone, Chief? It's just, they can only have two live at a time. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
I'll make the motion that council approve the 2022 provisional budget as recommended by the Oak Bay Police Board and instruct staff to incorporate it into the 2020 municipal financial plan.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? I've got lots of questions. So this is an interesting one. When I get an exclusion from the conflict of interest piece as the mayor of a municipal police force, I have to sit as the non-voting chair of the Oak Bay Police Board. So I can just say on behalf of that police board, who's spent a lot of time going through this in detail, very much appreciate the work of the staff, and I just extend my appreciation to the board for the attention to detail that they went through in this process as well. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here today, and Ms. Zink as well. It's nice to have that support. I know that others were trying to make it here, but it's a tough night. Councillor Green.
Through you, Mayor, to Chief Fisher and his backup team, and to the board members, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the presentation and fully support your request. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much for being here this evening. And I just should say there's going to be some effort made to find in the first half of next year, maybe as early as February, a joint meeting of council and the board, and we can maybe talk through some of the bigger issues around EVs and other such topics at that time as well. So we'll have another opportunity. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 8.2, we have an appeal of a tree permit denial for Glenline Norfolk School. Mr. Coates, are you doing the introduction for this? Is that correct?
I sure can, Your Worship, yes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to follow the same process. If anybody wishes to address council on this, we'll have a chance. We're going to just have the presentation of staff, and then we'll have an opportunity for council to ask questions. We have the written submissions from the applicant and the report from staff. We'll have a chance to ask questions of either of those if there's any questions. If after any questions, we'll move to the public. If they have any comments, we'll take those. We'll come back to this table and we'll have a discussion around decision making. And sorry, before I should have having my notes here. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I wish to recuse myself out of perceived pecuniary interest as my employer has a business relationship with the applicant.
Thank you very much. If you leave, we will text you or come find you when the time comes to move on. So with that, anybody who wishes to speak online, you can raise your hand now. I will call on you at the time it's appropriate. Anybody in the room, I will call on you at the time it's appropriate. And we'll move first to Mr. Coates. So welcome, Mr. Coates.
Thank you. Just to make sure that you can hear me okay.
You're coming through loud and clear. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much. And good evening, members of council. And I wish I could be with you in person tonight, but that's not the situation. So I'll do the best I can from here. So this is an interesting and unusual situation for council to be in, wherein you're being asked under the authority of the tree protection bylaw to consider an appeal of the denial of a tree removal permit. And as you've indicated, the applicant is Glenline Norfolk School. And the decision to deny the tree removal permit was made by the manager of Park Services. And I believe both the applicant and the manager of Park Services are with you in person this evening and are able to speak to their respective positions in relation to this. So just to be very brief, the memorandum that's before you just presents what the circumstances are, what the role of council is in this, which is simply to hear from both sides and to either uphold the denial of the tree removal permit, overturn it, or modify the decision of the manager of Park Services. So in this role, council's really in a sort of a quasi-judicial situation to listen to the information that's presented, and there's attachments to this memorandum that represent in basic form the positions of both the parties to this matter. And council is free to ask questions throughout the process, and certainly any process questions can be directed to me. I'm happy to respond to those. And yeah, it's just a matter for you to consider. And like I say, it is a bit unusual, but you might find these happening from time to time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coates. We also have Mr. Hidley in the room here as well to address any of the technical aspects from the tree permit piece. So I'll go around the table. Are there any questions, members of council to, okay, go ahead, Councillor Green and then Councillor Braithwaite.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Hidley, I'm assuming. Thank you, Mr. Hidley. I understand that the assessment by Bartlett Tree Service suggested a pruning protocol to make the tree stable or to reduce the hazard and risk and so on. Can you comment at all on that assessment from your perspective?
I think particularly as we're here with the bylaw ask of the tree permit piece, what's maybe be helpful to be clear about what can be done within the recommendation from staff and what.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I'm sorry, I'm in territory that I'm not.
No, it's all
used
good.
To
I
being
just
in
want to
it.
make sure we hone in on the aspect of the actual permit
Yeah.
here and what's
Thank
may or
you.
not be included.
There we are. Thank you, Councillor Green. So 2 options were offered. One was to do some remedial pruning to the tree, and the other was to remove. We felt that after reviewing the report, it didn't reach the threshold for us for straightforward removal in regards to what was found in regards to defects to the tree, and we felt that the pruning option was the better option for us. Along with the pruning, you could certainly improve growing conditions. You could certainly monitor the tree for any additional lean, and it certainly could be inspected after any storm. So the actual pruning of the tree could take some of the weight out of the actual crown, and I've reduced the chance or incident of failure, but I would like to say that it's really impossible to maintain any tree free of risk. It doesn't matter what type of tree or what size of tree it is, and that is just one of the things that an owner has to accept, considering the many benefits of trees that offer our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Hadley, I'm just going to ask you to turn off the microphone when you're not speaking. We have a 2-microphone limit in here to kind of prevent crosstalk and feedback, but it does create us some meeting management issues sometimes. I was just flagged by Mr. Coates here, just sorry, my apologies, that representative from GNS, I believe is Ms. Ranaseth, that's here. If you want to we have your written submission, but if you want to make an opening comment here as well, we're more than, yeah, come to the front. So our process here is just to, you could state your name and municipality of residence, or in this case, representation. Then you'll take a couple minutes and provide us a little overview. We do have the written submission, so I just ask that you don't go through and read that in great detail. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. My name is Chrissy Ranaseth. I am here representing the leadership team at Glen Lyon Norfolk School. Our appeal for reconsideration of the tree removal permit application at our junior school has been made out of a concern for our community's safety. The junior school hosts about 250 students from junior kindergarten to grade 5, and we are responsible for the health and safety of those students to and exiting campus. So from an operational and risk management perspective, I will summarize just the 4 key points of our primary concerns. Firstly, the tree is located right beside a building that consistently occupies 25 students for their music class throughout each day, Monday to Friday. The building, a heritage building, is located directly underneath one of the tree limbs. Secondly, the tree is located directly beside the school's bus loading zones. The number of students that could be exiting or entering the bus at any given time is up to about 48 students. This bus loading zone is also the area where parents congregate at the start and end of each school day when picking up and dropping off their children. So all this to say, the area surrounding the tree is frequently densely populated with people. Thirdly, the arborist report stated multiple times that Gary oak trees are prone to sudden oak limb failures in long stretches of drought, typical to our region in the summer months. Due to our increasingly hot and dry summers, this risk of sudden limb failure has become progressively real and one of great concern to us. As a school located close to the shore and susceptible to storm winds, this exacerbates the risk. Lastly, we are aware of several oak trees that have fallen without warning in our community during the last year, which is evidence of this increasing risk of the aging oak trees in our area. Most notable for us was the Gary oak tree that fell across the street from our campus at a neighboring property. The tree was completely uprooted and felled in a windstorm in June 2022. So in closing, the school does have a responsibility to staff, parents and guardians, bringing students to and from campus, and to the community at large. So while it is regrettable to consider losing the tree, there is certainty that it is going to come down at some point. The option we are seeking approval for tonight allows us to control how it comes down and ensures that it won't injure anyone in the process. So thank you all for your time this evening and for your consideration of our appeal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reniseth. I'm going to go back to my list of speakers here. If they have questions, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
You do, Mr. Hidley. Mr. Hidley, how old would you say this tree is?
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. I would say approximately 150 years old.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I do appreciate the concern that I'm hearing over the safety of the children. And you talked about sudden oak limb failure. So to Mr. Hidley, could this not be said, could sudden oak limb failure not be said about every tree, every oak tree in Oak Bay, that it could have the potential for sudden oak limb failure?
Go ahead, Mr.
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. Yes, you could say that. And with our experience, although we do get a few limb failures every year, we haven't noticed an increase or a decrease from any other year. But it usually does happen in the summer after a prolonged period of drought.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess the reason I ask this question is that when I look at other schools in our municipality, which also have trees as well, and let's use willows as an example, they have quite a few big trees around willows. If something like this was allowed to be taken down because of risk to the school or to the children, I could foresee perhaps other organizations coming forward and using that same argument to have trees removed, which I don't think would be a good thing. And I know that's not a question, I'm sorry, but it's just a statement. So your comments from Councillor Green's question in regards to the reducing the weight of the significance, reducing the end weight of the tree, would that happen on both the school side and on the street side, or would that damage the tree too much to do some sort of a pruning on either side?
Mr. Hidley?
The pruning would take place with a couple of objectives in mind. One would be the overall health of the tree, and one also would be to reduce the risk of any large limb failure. Not to eliminate, but to reduce.
And then lastly, the location of the tree. It's been commented on that it's close to a building, that it's close to an area where a bus lets children on and off. I'm assuming that the building can't be moved, but perhaps the location where the children get on and off the bus, that perhaps could be relocated to another area without significantly impacting other areas of the school or other trees that might be in the way.
I'll give that question to Ms. Ranaseth. I don't think our manager of parks would necessarily know the availability. Go ahead, Ms. Ranaseth.
Sure, regarding the bus zone moving, I mean, it's possible with some operational changes, for sure. Yeah, not simple, but it would be considered possible.
And for the record, the building was moved once. Probably don't want to do it again as part of that major renovation. Go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Green again.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Mr. Heitley. I just have a question about the arborist comment about the cabling system. I went to look at the tree and I could see, I think, 3 cables in place, and the report suggested that there's potential, I think, as I understand it, further potential for mitigating risk by modifying the cabling system. Could you just comment on that, please?
Mr. Hadley?
Sure, thanks, Councillor Watson. After the pruning, if the tree were to be pruned, the cable system would probably have to be modified. The cable system is in the tree, not so much to give the tree strength, but to minimize large limb sway in high winds. So it only allows it to move so much. And then the tree wood begins to grow actually right around the actual hardware that you put in there. So in time, you do increase the strength a little bit, but yeah, the cable system would certainly be inspected and modified if the tree were to be pruned.
Thank you. And just one further question, if I may. I observed myself when I went to look at the tree that it is slightly leaning, and the weight seems to be in favor of leaning into Beach Drive. Does that affect how it would behave if in a storm, or if something big was going to happen to it, if it got undermined in other ways? Does its current lean affect the likelihood of how it's going to behave?
Mr. Hadley?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. No, what you're going to find is that the cells of the tree wood are going to compensate for any stresses that occur. Gary oaks are very good at that. If you look at them throughout the community, they have very peculiar angles. It's one of the reasons that people love their architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. I don't see other questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Green, I had you for a second time. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Heitley. Just one last question, Mr. Heitley. Will the municipality be overseeing the pruning if that was to take place? Would you be supervising or overseeing the remedial work that was done, the pruning and so on? Thank you.
Mr. Hadley?
Thanks, Councillor Green. We would certainly have in-depth discussions with the tree care company that would do the work.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I'm just, so I'll go to members of public. Anybody who wishes to address council on this may. Again, we're going to be, council at the end of the day, our job is to look at this from we have a recommendation of non-removal based under our bylaw. There is an appeal process. The consideration today will be the consideration of that appeal. And so that's coming up for us. Are there members of the public who wish to address council on this matter? I have one person online, and I have Mr. Bianch, and then I have, I think, a couple of people in the, yeah, so why don't we do the first one in room here? If I can get Ms. Ranaseth, can I get you to just move back to your seat? If we have questions coming back to you, I'll call you back up again. Please come forward, Mr. Carter. If you can just state your name, municipality of residence, and we'll try and keep comments to about just a couple of minutes if that's possible, and you understand what's in front of us. Welcome.
I'm here to support the Parks Department's decision on disapproving the removal request, partially because I am aware that their expertise is equal to that of the consulting company, and have an interest in the community's preservation of the oak trees. And I agree with all their rationale that there are other solutions than removal of the tree. I wrote an extensive letter in that regard because it was quite surprising to see the request come through for the removal. I don't believe there was any extenuating circumstances The tree has been there for 150, I estimate 200 years, but so there is, I think, a low risk likelihood of failures happening at the time there would be children present, or staff or students. Most of the activities are going past the tree. That in the calculation of risk of targets is quite low versus the concern that was raised with regards to the building housing students. Probably one thing to address on that is that sudden limb failure of oak trees is often a summer recurrence, and most of the limb failures have, yes, they're sudden in hot, dry weather, but they do not, there's usually an exhibition of some decay or something that caused that weakness to then come off the tree, that limb or part of the tree to fail at that time. Just a note, that would be probably occurring at a time when the whole campus would be vacant. And so I would assume that lowers the risk when there's no target there, if that's one of the big concerns. The tree has been cable braced and previously pruned, and there's options to do more pruning. So I support the Parks Department on that. And if there is a concern, the suggestion of moving the school bus drop-off zone, they could perhaps, not that the building could be moved again, and that was not something I considered with regards to students being present for classes there. The old garage, I guess it was. But certainly there could be a restriction of the area directly under the tree that would perhaps mitigate for any concerns over targets being created by a limb failing. And I did observe the tree as well, and it is naturally leaning out towards the road. Probably prevailing winds, if not some of the previous pruning concerns, have created that architecture on the tree. But it would make, with failure mostly occurring with windstorms, it would make it even less likely that it would fail towards the school. So not
So,
that.
Mr. Carter, I'm going to ask you just to wrap it up. We do have your full written correspondence
Yeah,
here. So.
I'm adding just my support, and that's why I'm here.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Because the written letter isn't really
Yep.
enough to express that support. Wrapped up. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Try to keep this to sort of 2 or 3 minutes per person. Do we have lots of time for everybody to speak? And I'll give a chance as well to Ms. Ranaseth at the end of this. If you want to make any notes, if you want to have any comments at the end, you're more than welcome to do so. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to address us? I'll go to online. Mr. Bianch, I should pronounce your name correctly. I will unmute you at this moment, and oh, I can't. I think you have to unmute yourself.
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can. If you could speak up just ever so slightly, and again, just state your name and municipality of residence for the record.
Yeah, my name's Keith Benge. I live in Oak Bay. I live at 1710 Beach, across the street from the school. The tree that fell previously was on my property. I say that what happened originally, that tree dropped a limb back in 2018. Unfortunately, it was just after the school year had closed. It went right across the crosswalk to Beach Drive. It was and definitely ended up on the school property. The city arborist came out and certified the tree to be healthy. I was only authorized to prune 15% of the canopy. And then during a windstorm in June, during a school day this year, the entire tree uprooted and basically fell only 20 minutes after the 200 students were let out of the school. So we've dodged a bullet twice. The tree that fell, that was inspected, the root on the tree that fell was healthy. It's just that the root ball is not deep. We're in an area where mostly the soil is a clay. The roots do not go deep. The root, I counted the rings on the tree that I have. It was 150 years old. The one across the street is far larger in diameter. It's more likely 200 years old. Two of the limbs, there's 4 steel cables to hold the limbs together at the top. 2 of the limbs reach over Beach Drive at a 45-degree angle. If they do let go, it's just a matter that it could happen in one of the 2 times during the days when the students are here. The students are here for 200 days out of the year, and it's the parents and the pickups are for about 45 minutes in the morning and 45 minutes at night. So it's just a matter of time before somebody will get hurt. It is a high-risk area. So I'm saying if you don't take the tree out, but certainly there are 2 huge limbs that go 45 degrees over the top of Oak Bay Avenue and definitely will either take out traffic or the kids being picked up. It's not restricted to the school bus area. It'll hit almost anywhere else. This last time the tree went down, went all the way along Beach, pretty well all the way to the kindergartens. So that's my thing. I think I love trees, but in this case, you're in an area of extremely high risk and the impact could be severe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benj. Is there anybody else who wishes to address council here on this matter, online or in person? I'm going to give both staff and the applicant a chance to comment on those on the public comments. Go ahead if you wish. If you don't have to, but if you wish to make any comments, additional comments, you're more than welcome to, and then we'll get to contemplation here.
Sure.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Just to respond to the comments about the school not being used in used throughout the summer for camps and whatnot, and in the evenings for programs like speech arts, etc. So just wanted to clarify that the building and the area around the tree are in high use throughout the year.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Heidel, I might turn to you just to speak to, there was that tree failure across the way about the uprooting is a different question than failure of the tree in some ways. So perhaps you could just address that, that understanding of that risk.
Yes, there are, and most of that was done with this tree, Mayor. That's the level 3 inspection. The framework for that is defined by the International Society of Arboriculture. In this particular case, and it's stated in the report that it didn't include an excavation of the actual critical or structural root of the tree, although some decay was found in one of the zones where the resistograph was used. The actual structural roots weren't examined to any great extent. It was very close to the actual tree. We really need to go down to where the structural roots plane out onto the horizon, and you can have a good look. And if there is root decay, you need to go underneath the root and have a good look at the type of root decay that's beginning to establish itself. And that was one of the main driving factors here in our decision, that we just felt that things were inconclusive with the actual report, and certainly didn't support us to be able to make a decision for the removal. We also looked at the history of the tree, and the tree has had really no large limb failure in the past, and that was another one of the considerations. And then I'll just make a quick comment on the target. You really have 3 targets: a static target which can't be moved, one that is movable, and then one that's mobile, one that kind of comes and goes. And you know, that is an option that you could look at just to kind of minimize the traffic around the tree.
Thank you very much. So with that, we have, oh, you have a question? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Heidley. So the building did get moved to an area closer to the tree from where it was before. So could that have had any effect on the roots of the tree at that time?
There was a construction project on site for a long period of time, so that certainly could have impacted the actual roots of the tree.
Go ahead.
I guess just a comment that obviously the tree was moved to an area close, or the building was moved to an area close to the tree, and they knew the tree was there at the time. So it's interesting that it didn't come up perhaps at the time that the building was going to be close to a tree that could possibly fail. So, okay, thank you.
I think my recollection of the building move was essentially moved slightly south, but not closer, like, so it gave room for the driveway to go down on the side of the building, but not substantively different from the location of the tree. So we have a recommendation here. Again, this is an interesting process because we sit here as a quasi-judicial body with the ability to override a staff recommendation, and that is built into the bylaw for good reason, frankly, because we often, not often, but it comes up where there are situations where a bylaw cannot anticipate all of the potential situations, and so we sit here to consider those. And I think at the end of the day, it's a balance of risks about where we sit if we're going to override the staff and where those fit. And I just want to make clear, no matter what happens here, we don't always protect all trees all the time. There's been a couple of situations I know on Heron and Lincoln, we've lost some beautiful iconic trees lately where they have been deemed to be past the threshold of safety and done that. So I don't want people thinking that this has to be the process. We do actually have a process of approving things at the staff level. That's typical, but this process is here for us to consider. Go ahead, Councillor Green. I see your hand up. Oh, Councillor Braithwaite.
I'll move recommendation number 1, uphold the denial of the tree removal permit.
I'll second.
I am sure to kick that later, I'm sure. When thank you. So it's moved, was there a seconder? Seconded, thank you. Do you wish to motivate?
I think that, I do hear the concern of the school. I understand that we do have to look at the safety of the children. I'm hoping that you can move the bus stop so that will mitigate that area of it. But I do think that based on the report from Bartlett, it says, I wrote it down because it says unequivocally that this tree represents a degree of hazard, potential risk of sudden limb failure. However, it also said that if you significantly reduce the end weight and all the secondary stems overhanging the road and any of the targets, the residual risk would be low, but not eliminated. But you can't eliminate any tree in the municipality. So for me, it's important that we would do something like that, reduce the end weight and the secondary stems, but not to take the tree down in its totality.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you, and I obviously support the recommendation number 1. I agree with Councillor Braithwaite. I think anything we can do to mitigate the hazard and reduce the risk, that is what we're going to do. And I do appreciate the school's perspective. I actually empathize. I have a very large municipal tree outside my home, and Mr. Hiley knows it well. And every year I ask, is it safe? But nothing is guaranteed. But the fact is that I think we're doing everything we can to mitigate the risk and reduce it. And I appreciate everyone's input this evening because it's not an easy decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Watson.
Thank you. And I would just like to voice my own support for the motion that's before us and just make a comment on relative risk. And I do understand that there is some risk. There's some risk for every tree. But I just think in relation to many of the other risks that we're facing every day that even just those children coming to school in vehicles is a large risk, and we can't mitigate against all those things. And if we looked at every tree near a school site and made a decision based on trying to eliminate risk, we'd have a very denuded tree canopy. So I just think as a community we do live with some of those, and we appreciate the trees too, but as has been suggested here, there are ways to mitigate that for this particular tree and site. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Also speaking in favor of the motion on the floor. I've spoken in similar fashion to appeals in the past of this nature, and I appreciate the comments that have been made during the discussion that speak to all trees existing on a spectrum of risk, and that is just quantifiably so about any tree that's in our district. I am loath to have council, even though it's important to have the process for reconsideration for the reasons that the mayor stated. I'm loath to have council enter into a process of adjudicating the relative health of individual trees within the community. We rely on our professionals to help us do that. There is guidance from the proponents, arborist in their report, and then direction from our own staff that seems to offer a way forward. Again, I think that trees in general obviously have a very high value, and then Gary oak trees obviously iconic for the community and very, very significant. So, you know, to contemplate a removal of a tree this significant in this type of location, I think warrants a very significantly high degree of contemplation and evidence to warrant that tree's removal. So thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also share the perspective of my fellow members of council, and I won't go into all the detail because it's been so well articulated. I certainly do appreciate, though, that the school represents the due diligent care of risk to students and represents that and did so well tonight. But I agree with Councillor Appleton. I'm not an arborist. I rely on the expertise of the arborists on Oak Bay staff who do a superb job for us, and also the report of Bartlett's for the very low residual risk. So I too will support upholding the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I don't see any other more speakers, so I'm ready to call the question. The motion here is to, I guess, uphold the permit. Look at the denial of the permit, the removal permit. Thank you. Just how you scroll past your things here. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That passes. The tree stays. We will keep a close eye on it for you, and we'll manage it well. So can I get someone to grab Councillor Smart? The next item on the agenda for those waiting is the options around 1538 Monterey. This is a building that the municipality owns. And so if anybody wishes to speak to this matter, please. Thank you, Ms. Ranaseth. Have a good evening. You may do so at this, you may raise your hand online at this time. We don't have any correspondence, I believe, on this site. Oh, we have one piece of correspondence. But with that, I believe I'm going to hand this over to, is it Mr. Graham? Are you doing this, or is Ms. Bay that's doing that? Okay. So with that, we have our Director of Strategic Initiatives, Ms. Bay, online. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can provide a brief introduction should Council so desire. This report provides recommendations regarding future use of the district-owned currently vacant home located at 1538 Monterey Avenue. And before I provide a brief synopsis and overview of the report, I thought it would who were not part of earlier discussions and for the public listening in. The district purchased the property in 2016 as a strategic holding. For some years following purchase, the house was left vacant. And then in 2018, the house became the subject of a memorandum of understanding with VIRCS, the Victoria Immigrant and Refugee Center Society, for future use as a welcome house. And the welcome house is essentially was a facility to help transition recent refugees into Canadian society. And that was made to happen in 2020 when a lease was signed with VIRCS. And indeed, VIRCS used that property for a relatively short while before late in 2021, giving us 6 months notice to terminate the lease. And the house has been vacant then since spring. Now, the house wasn't in great shape when we purchased it. And 6 years of only intermittent occupancy and almost no upkeep on our part have really taken their toll. So the house now requires significant repairs. Back in July, Council directed staff to investigate uses for the site that would offset anticipated repair costs. And the report that you have before you indicates some of what those repair costs are, and slightly fine-tuned from what was provided to Council earlier on. Regardless of future use, the property needs urgent repairs if the building is to be kept. And if the building is to be occupied as a home, then even further work will be required. And even more work will be required for office occupancy. So it's kind of a layered approach where each of the pieces of work will be required for any of the more intensive uses. And given the type of work to be completed, the property cannot be occupied while repairs are undertaken. It's just fulsome repairs that need to have a vacant property. The needed work has been identified in Attachment 1 in a report by the district's Facilities and Assets Program Manager. And you'll see there that the expenses vary depending on the ultimate use. And just as the expenses will vary depending on ultimate use, so too will the revenue. And the anticipated revenue from the scenarios that we've analyzed are set out in Attachment 2 of your reports. We analyzed 3 scenarios, one for use as market rental, another for use as nonprofit rental, and thirdly, a use for municipal office space. While all 3 uses have potential, staff recommend use for municipal office space because of the urgent need for space to accommodate staff to be hired to advance the district's ambitious infrastructure renewal program. With our new Director of Engineering and Public Works having joined us late last week, we are now in a position to move forward with plans for the recruitment of those positions. Council's already approved the infrastructure renewal as a project and has also approved funding for the required office space. The challenge is finding that office space. Finding suitable office space to lease in Oak Bay is challenging. We know this because the district was looking for office space when Municipal Hall was being renovated not too long ago, and we couldn't find anything, and as it had to resort to portables being placed in the parking lot. In terms of capacity at the hall, we're basically 1 desk away from full capacity. And there isn't space available at other municipal facilities without displacing recreational programs for the public. One could say we could take over a part of one of the recreational buildings, but then that space is not available for public programming. So basically, we're in a position where we really can't hire the staff that are needed to advance the infrastructure programming without securing more office space. And 1538 presents a unique opportunity where we can secure office space for the next 10 to 15 years until more permanent office space can be created. Ultimately, we see redevelopment of the fire hall, public works building, and municipal hall as being on the horizon, but those won't generate new office space for quite some time. So in the meantime, we need to find an interim solution. Accommodating staff at 1538 Monterey will be less costly than leasing office space, if indeed we could even find such space. It will also allow the district to hold on to what will hopefully be an appreciating asset, as opposed to leasing space that is money that goes out, but there's nothing left at the end of those 10 or 15 years. In terms of long-term uses, those can be determined once the village area planning process is complete. So using 1538 Monterey for municipal offices in the short term will not diminish long-term prospects. Office use on the site would create some short-term stability for 1538 Monterey and improve the upkeep of the building. I think some of the neighbors now have been very patient in terms of what's been happening with that vacant building, but we do get complaints from time to time about the nature of the property and its upkeep, and having a municipal use in there would take care of that. The building footprint with municipal office use would remain the same as it is today. So we're not proposing that the building be extended or in any way altered on the outside in terms of its physical appearance. From the outside, the building would retain that look and feel of a residential building. Any parking spaces to be provided on site for staff could be used by the community on evenings and weekends. I know that there's some interest in seeing parking facilities increased in that area by some, not all, but I know that there are some who are interested in seeing that. The exact number of parking spaces will be determined through the rezoning process. There's obviously a trade-off between preserving the green space and creating more parking, so there is some tension there. Office use of the property would be subject to a rezoning process through which the public would have an opportunity to weigh in at a public hearing. So you see that the recommendations that staff have set out are structured such that the office component of it would be subject to the results of the rezoning process. We anticipate that the rezoning process would take between 5 and 9 months, with the timing somewhat driven by how quickly we can fill the vacant planning positions. If council gave the go-ahead, we would process the rezoning as quickly as possible because we recognize that we can't have additional staff start working on the infrastructure program, which council has said is a priority, until the office space becomes available. So if we don't find that office space, it'll start to limit our options for how we hire staff in terms of are they hired as staff positions or are they hired as contract positions and so forth. It limits our options. While the rezoning process is underway, we can get started with the emergency repairs and work that would be needed for both residential and office occupancy, and office-specific repairs would await the completion of the rezoning process. If the building is not used for office space, then the district would be in the challenging position of securing office space elsewhere. If indeed we were to be fortunate enough to find such space, it would likely cost us much more than retrofitting 1538 Monterey. For that reason, staff's recommendation is that, as it is set out in the report, which would be for the property to be used for office space. Both Mr. Graham and I would be happy to answer questions regarding the report and potential next steps. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bay. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Ms. Bay. As always, Ms. Bay, your reports are so great because they lay everything out so well. I truly appreciate that. So it only lends me to one question, which I may have missed in your report, but I don't think so. If the renovations did go ahead for office space, how long do you think those renovations would take?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. We're anticipating that we would be able to occupy the space probably at the latest by early 2024. It's really being driven by the completion of the rezoning process. So the office component part of it would not be able to be completed until rezoning is complete. When I gave that anticipated timeline of early 2024, it was assuming that the rezoning process would take 9 months. We're hoping that maybe we can make it happen within 5 months. I know it took about 4 months when we rezoned the property not too long ago to accommodate the Welcome House use. So that would be an aspirational timeline, assuming that we can get the planning staff in place to deal with the work volumes in the planning department. So probably at the latest, early 2024 and ideally fall 2023.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. When you talked about the parking on site, that kind of piqued my interest a little bit in that I had kind of thought with the amount of property that's there that that part of the property might lend itself really well to a community garden plot, which we desperately need within this district. So I'm wondering if that could perhaps be considered or it could be something that would be put on the plan.
And Ms. Bay, where in the process would that contemplation happen as well? I don't think we'd be here tonight necessarily. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will be bringing forward the report. If council were to give its blessing for us to continue on, we would be bringing this forward for a rezoning application. And at that time, council can certainly weigh in on the details of some of that. Having said that, if council has strong feelings one way or the other in that regard with respect to the parking and that trade-off between green space, community garden space, or other uses on the property and the parking, that could certainly be communicated tonight as well, and we can take that into consideration in how we bring the report forward for consideration. It is an interesting property in that there is a big tree on a portion of the site that can affect the layout of the parking, and so we will certainly work to do what we can to preserve that. And if council wishes to preserve the community garden uses, some of which is already kind of set up for and lends itself well to, then we can certainly take that under advisement so that when we bring forward the rezoning application, it reflects council's wishes. I will just say, with regards to the timing that I just commented on, that I have to throw in the additional caveat of contractor availability, given the market that we're in. That assumes that we're able to secure the necessary labor to make that happen from the market.
Thank you very much. Just for my clarification, I don't see their hands popping up, but oh, go ahead, Councillor Appleton, then Councillor Watson. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Bay. Ms. Bay, thank you for the material. And we've discussed at various different junctures, and you mentioned in your preamble the analysis of availability of commercial space to house additional staff. And I know that you and other staff members have undertaken that search and undertaken that work, but with the idea that and appreciating that council has never specifically directed staff to come back with an analysis of commercial rates and availability, with that recognition, to what degree is that information available to be presented for analysis? And I absolutely don't disagree with staff's analysis that finding spaces is difficult and challenging and probably expensive. But to what ability do staff have to sort of package that up and create an options and analysis for council's review?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can tell you that we have looked from time to time in terms of an informal survey of the market and just pretending essentially that we were in the market at that point in time. And there have been several times when I've been looking at it in that context where literally nothing has been available, the amount of square footage that we're looking for. There is currently some retail space available in Oak Bay, but not zoned for office use, certainly not in terms of the amount of space that's available. There was a brief period of time where some space was available in the building next to Municipal Hall. It varies a lot from month to month, obviously, depending on there just isn't a lot of office space to start out with. And so it's highly variable and one would get different answers depending on the month that one is looking. And I guess what staff are saying is that there's really no guarantee that office space is going to be available when the district is in a position to move on it. And really citing again that exercise that we went through when we were trying to find staging space essentially for the Municipal Hall renovation, where literally we came up empty-handed. We could not find anything in Oak Bay that would accommodate the footprint that we were looking for.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to follow up on a comment that Ms. Bay presented just then, we are, of course, in Oak Bay limited with the amount of that type of office space that's available. But would we potentially have the option of issuing a temporary use permit to use something that was zoned commercial or something of that nature for to use it as temporary office space if desired?
Ms. Bay?
Your Worship, the legislation does limit the amount of time that one can apply a temporary use permit, and we're looking for office space for 10 to 15 years, which is well outside the time provisions that that temporary use permit could provide for us.
Councillor Appleton. I will just point out that temporary use permits also have to be explicitly allowed for or defined in the OCP, and our OCP actually explicitly disallows it. We'd have to go through an OCP change as well at this point to allow that, although not impossible. Councillor Watson?
Thank you, through you to Ms. Bay, please. Just expanding on Councillor Appleton's line of inquiry, I just wanted to understand a little bit more about what the functional or operational requirements are for this group of staff that would use that space. Do they need to be co-located? How close do they need to be to Oak Bay? Like, what are the range of operational issues that would need to be considered in finding appropriate space wherever it might be? If you could just comment on that, please.
Thank you. Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. Ideally, they would be located close to Municipal Hall, which is part of the challenge in finding the suitable office space. There's not a lot available close to Municipal Hall. 1538 Monterey, fortunately, is close to Municipal Hall, and that's one of the big advantages of the site. Ideally, there'd be some form of working group cohesion, whether it is the engineering and public works group working on infrastructure that end up going there, or some other function of Municipal Hall is yet to be determined. The key will have to be someone who, or a group of people who don't have a lot of public contact, as it is located at least adjacent to a residential neighborhood, and to maintain that residential environment, the thought is that ideally there's not a lot of traffic coming and going, but also from a public facing and customer friendly perspective, it's nice for people to have easy access to those services at Municipal Hall. So we'd be looking at either moving some that are already at Municipal Hall and not really facing the public a lot. They're likely some part of the engineering and public works group, as they have the least contact with the general public, into that building, and then freeing up infrastructure room for the infrastructure planning group, or alternatively putting the infrastructure planning group there. That hasn't quite been decided, but what we do know is that we need additional space.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, just if I could follow up on that. How far away from Municipal Hall is too far? If I could just hypothesize, what about the junction, the Oak Bay Junction? Is that too far, practically speaking? Is downtown too far? Like, what would be a sort of a radius from City Hall that you might comfortably relocate staff and it would still work? Also, based on your comment that it doesn't necessarily need to be the engineering staff that are in the alternate location. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Watson, Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we were going from the premise that ideally walking distance would be good, so that we were not putting staff in the position of having to get into a car or have access to a car in order to move between working groups. We were also operating under the premise that thinking that ideally we would be finding local office space in Oak Bay, as the optics of having Oak Bay services being provided in another municipality might not be the greatest, but that's ultimately a decision for council. We were operating under the premise that we were looking for space in Oak Bay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Although there's some historical precedents, I think from 1906 to about 1918, the Municipal Hall was downtown because they didn't have any space here. So they built the Municipal Hall. It was finally finished around that time frame. So, and any other, my list here, any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, to Ms. Bay. Again, really appreciate the detail in the report. I'm wondering, just sort of furthering along investigations that you may have already considered, just thinking about the renovation of this residential property into office space versus another potential property in Oak Bay. Yes, we do own this property, but how well suited is it to this renovation, and do we really want to tie up this property with a 15-year commitment versus it might be easier to renovate another property in Oak Bay? And I'm just wondering again, how many of these things have been considered, and also potentially co-working spaces? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did look into some months, actually, I think it's close to a year ago now, probably, that we were first exploring this, what it would look like if we were to sell that property and try and pick up another property somewhere else in the district to provide for office space. Some of the factors that came into play there was this space is already available. We already own it. We would not have to pay real estate commissions, property purchase transfer taxes, and all the costs associated with selling a property and picking up a property. It is ideally located in that it's immediately adjacent to Oak Bay Avenue and very close to Municipal Hall and actually even close to our police and fire departments. When I did a cost analysis of this property versus other properties in the district, this was very good value for money. If we could not pick up the equivalent amount of land for what this property is valued at. So depending, I guess we could always go out and buy another property and use it for that. I think we'd be hard placed to find a more suited property. This is quite a large building. In terms of how it is set up, and its floor plan really lends itself quite well to the types of uses that we're contemplating. Could, I think, relatively easily, compared to some properties, be converted to the uses we're talking about. The buildings, the rooms themselves in the property are large. They're nicely positioned within each of the floors to support office use. It is possible to make it accessible for the public to come in if that was to be necessary. And overall, it just seems like when my analysis looking at this property and all other properties in the district, that this was actually quite a good value for the district.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you for that. I was thinking more of leasing, but I do gather your point of view with that. I guess one other question I had was, if council had a discussion and decided they didn't want to tie up that property for 15 years, what would your view be on the success of the project if it was a 7-year mark, which looks like it would be sort of more of a break-even point, according to your analysis?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. If we were to go down this path, there's nothing that would commit the district to doing it for 15 years. Council could at any point decide to change the use of the property. The reason we talked about the 10 to 15 years is that's the point at which we anticipate that other office space may be available for those staff positions to move to. If at the 7-year mark or the 5-year mark or the 10-year mark, council decides, no, we'd prefer to move to lease that space instead of continuing to use the property for that purpose, that would absolutely be council's prerogative. The zoning would remain in place for the property, and council could at that point decide to rezone it to some other use, could sell it. All the options that are on the table now could be on the table at that point.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
So just one minor clarification then. What is your analysis on where the sort of break-even point would be, as far as we didn't lose money, but we didn't make money, as far as number of years?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd have to go into that to do that analysis. I don't have it right off the top of my head. If council gives me a few minutes, I'd be happy to do that calculation.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Yeah, I think the question there would be, absolutely, if we could fast track office space at the Public Works Yard or something else that in the next 7 or 8 years that was feasible, then. So I guess the follow-up question to that for me would be, does the modifications to allow for commercial use substantially prevent it from being reused again as a housing, for housing purposes? I think you need some overhead lights and things of that nature that need to follow on. But does it change it substantially that it wouldn't be available? Obviously, the zoning would allow for commercial. Maybe I'll give that to Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, none of the work we would do would restrict residential occupancy. There would be some commercial improvements we'd have to make that would be like exit signs, emergency lighting that you see in a normal commercial building. But to remove those and put cover plates in their place and turn it back to residential, it's a very beautiful house. I would be keeping the architectural in the design scheme for a commercial base anyhow, so it would be quite easy to turn it back. It would actually benefit in some cases, because if we follow a commercial standard and make it barrier-free ramps to access the main floor more easily, that would also benefit for any future housing elements.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, and through you, thank you, Ms. Bay, for your report. And I concur with everyone else's remarks. It's well detailed and well laid out, and really appreciate all the information and effort you've made. And just a question to, perhaps it's Mr. Graham. Would it be possible to mix use in this house? So I'm thinking partly commercial, partly residential. Is that a possibility, or does that involve much more cost in terms of renovating and upgrading? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Through your worship, architecturally, I don't see that being possible in this structure. The open foyer aspect and the openness to the second floor would not work for a mixed-use occupancy. Building code and fire ratings would also be very, very restrictive for that type of a use.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. We do have an opportunity for the public to chime in here as well. I just want to see if there's any other questions of staff before we give that opportunity, and then we'll come back to this table for some further discussion. Does anybody from the public wish to address council on this building? I see nobody online raising their hands. Like we're down to primarily staff at this point, and people coming in for other applications. Come on in and have a seat. So back to this table then. We have options in front of us here. I'm just going to see if I have any additional questions before I go out for any motions. I think most of the questions that I had have been asked and answered. Just for absolute clarification to you, Mr. Graham, if the motions laid out here go forward, then that would give direction to start undertaking the critical repairs immediately. Is that correct? So we wouldn't be waiting on those for any rezoning or any other purposes. Those could start essentially as soon as we could go through a procurement process.
Through your worship, correct. Those repairs I would like to get working on as quickly as we can through a proper quotation. We'd have some minor scoping and design to do, but that can be done fairly quickly for the emergent repairs. The roof is leaking and that is increasing. Foundation work is also required.
Thanks for that clarification.
I'll move receipt of the report.
Moved and seconded. Don't usually debate receipt. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you.
And I'll move this staff recommendation that, I'll read it out, I guess, that staff be directed to undertake urgent repairs to the district-owned house located at 1538 Monterey Avenue at a cost of approximately $190,000, and that staff be directed to undertake repairs and renovation to the district-owned house located at 1538 Monterey Avenue necessary to support a minimum residential occupancy at a cost of approximately $125,000. And that staff be directed to initiate a rezoning process for 1538 Monterey Avenue to accommodate municipal office uses. And further, that staff should be directed, should rezoning of Monterey Avenue, 1538 Monterey Avenue to accommodate municipal office uses be successful, undertake repairs and renovations to the district-owned house located at 1538 Monterey Avenue, necessary to support office occupancy at a cost of approximately $320,000.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Worship. I would ask actually that this motion be split into two portions. The first two portions of this recommendation deal with the urgent repairs and the repairs to meet minimum residential occupancy. The second portion being the two components that relate to rezoning for municipal office use and undertaking the repairs for municipal office use. So I would ask that those two be voted on separately.
I'm happy to separate the two pieces of that, no problem. That is my purview as chair, so yep, happy to do so. Is there any discussion on the motion? So I'll deal with the first, I'll deal with them individually, frankly. I'll just deal with them all one at a time. So the first part is to undertake urgent repairs. Is there any discussion on that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I have to say I'm very empathetic to having to find space for staff, and I see this potentially, even with the construction of this, that this is not going to solve all of the issues that are going to continue to happen with needing staff space. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of rezoning a property to commercial in our housing crisis right now, and I'm also see the hard spot that we're in, where it's just not financially feasible to pour a whole lot of money into a house that is very likely to come down for the potential of redeveloping this site as we look at our urban village plan and the amazing potential of this larger lot. So I'm going to have trouble supporting this motion. I feel like I don't have all the information I need to get behind this. I'd like to see a more thorough analysis of the options that we could look at as far as immediate needs for staff offices, as well as a future plan for what we're going to need for staff and offices, like for the next 5 or 10 years. Like what is the big game plan that this exists in, and also can we actually look at some hard numbers with co-working spaces versus renovating spaces? So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. And you touched on sort of the broader question across the board, for sure, and that's up to, I'm going to split this up so we can separate out the commercial from the urgent in pieces, so we'll go through these one piece at a time. So we're going to deal with the motion, the portion of the motion right now that just says that staff be directed to undertake urgent repairs at a cost of approximately $190,000. So I'll just deal with those if that gives any ease of conversation. But go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just then to speak directly to that, I'm not sure that I would support putting money into a house when we haven't even had the conversation of how soon we potentially would do a very exciting development on that property.
Councillor Smart, Councillor Patterson, I saw your hand, and then Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do support entirely going through to the rezoning process and the conversion of the house for staff use. What I have difficulty with is separating the motions so that we are doing the urgent repairs and then the repairs and renovations to make it usable for housing occupancy. Because I think, in my opinion at least, that is not the highest and best use of the space. And so to put the money in that for just very limited use perhaps of housing is not necessarily the wisest use of those dollars. And so I have difficulty separating them, doing that bit without understanding where we're going after that.
Thank you for those comments. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. And likewise, I have difficulty seeing how, if you agreed to one thing, how you can until you know what the other things are. While I understand that the building needs immediate repairs in order to save it as a structure, without knowing if we're saving it as a structure to be a short-term residential rental, or whether we're saving it as a structure to be hopefully rezoned for a staff rental, or we're saving it on a short-term basis until we come up with a plan, a much larger and more ambitious plan to use that site for something that would support, a thriving village. It's very hard for me to see these as individual items and discuss them that way. So it would be, I think, helpful for me, first off, in understanding a little bit better about what the other options are for staff relocation before I can really get my mind to the 4 recommendations as a either separately or as a group.
That's fine. We can certainly have a motion to refer this back to staff for more information, the whole or parts of it. Right now, I'm going to just follow the process of the motions in front of us, which is the motion right now, because I have agreed to separate them, is to look at the first one, which is the urgent repairs. So I'm happy to go ahead, Councillor Patterson, or Councillor Braithwaite, and then raise your hand.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I mean, I hear what my fellow councillors are saying. I am of the opinion that it's financially prudent for us to move forward on this, especially for the urgent repairs, because as we've heard from staff and seen in the staff report, every day that goes by, those repairs are going to be more and more and more, because there's damage coming from the roof, there's damage coming from the foundation, there's problems with the foundation, all of those kind of things. So to me, we should really be moving forward on the urgent repairs right away. And again, I personally think that when I look at it from a financial point of view, I do believe that it's most financially prudent for us to be using this as a municipality as office space, at least for the next, as Councillor Smart has pointed out, perhaps only 7 years, but it could be 15 years. And to me, that's where we should be moving.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And the reason that I advanced the idea of having these voted on separately was picking up on staff's reference in the analysis material that essentially these steps are additive, that essentially the basic costs are the first step, and then they're all additive to one another. So you need to do step 1 and 2 before you proceed to step 3. So the costs are scoped out and analyzed in that way. So my take on that is that by being able to look at each one of these individually, essentially the first 2 and then the third with respect to commercial use, it allows council to decide which threshold they wish to meet. And from my perspective is that the current, this is just my perspective, but right now the current best use in my view is actually the residential use. And I would seek to have, you know, if that's where things land, then I would seek to have a motion arising to formally request of staff an analysis of options for commercial space to house additional staff. And that may very well come back with limited options. At this stage of the game, I'm not comfortable with moving to the cost implications of the rezoning and the commercial office space option until I have a little bit more information on what our options are. So I'd kind of like to be able to step up to that and then provide further guidance.
Any other? So I'll go to Councillor Green first and then Councillor Patterson.
Yes, I appreciate everyone's comments, and this is a really difficult decision, and I'm struggling with it greatly. But I do lean towards Councillor Appleton's approach. You know, it's so disappointing that we have let, not we, but over the years, due to lack of maintenance, and I think Ms. Bay referenced this, there hasn't been active maintenance on this building, and it is degraded, and I think it is important that we do the urgent repairs in step 1, as Councillor Appleton points out, to prevent any further degradation. I think that's critical, regardless of what we eventually decide on its use. So I will support the separation of these motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I think we're in agreement that the urgent repairs probably need to be done. That's the one thing we have agreement on so far from what I hear around the table. You know, and I realize this is a difficult, it's a difficult conversation and decision because, you know, it's either a response to housing or workspace necessary to achieve the desired outcomes of implementing major capital plans for municipal infrastructure and buildings. So kind of serving the needs of the few or serving the needs of the many, in my opinion at least. And in the last council term, there was significant improvement in the amount of work undertaken on infrastructure replacement, but still only a fraction of what's contemplated in the sustainable infrastructure financial plan. It was in early 2021 that I introduced a motion to have staff bring forward an implementation strategy, and it's taken quite a bit of time, but we've had 2 staff reports since then that were presented to council, and the final recommendation was that we had to increase resources to increase capacity for planning and implementing capital projects. And also, in the last report, that there was acknowledgement by the then Director of Engineering that there has been an increase in unplanned replacement of infrastructure, which increases the risk of interruption of core services and higher costs. And under legislation, this council has a duty to steward the core services for the district. Our sustainable infrastructure replacement plan estimates $12.8 million annually. So just even over 10 years, that's $128 million in capital work. That is so major compared to what has been undertaken in this district. It's almost mind-boggling to think about it. But we also, when in the orientation that we had for council, we heard the staff speak about the need not only to find the space to put the staff in, but there's going to be needs for setup space, for just housing all of the materials that will have to come in. And with this amount of capital work in a relatively small district that is well occupied, I think there's going to be a lot of hands-on looking after the contractors working on the projects, our staff working on the projects, and looking after the communications with our residents, because it is not going to be easy. Implementation is going to be the most difficult part of what we do. So given the magnitude of the projects, I can certainly support the need to increase the capacity on staff. And yes, it seems like this is perhaps quite a bit of money and not necessarily the ultimate use that we would want for this property. It would allow us the opportunity to move forward positively with the capital projects, housing staff in close working proximity to Municipal Hall, to Public Works, to emergency services. Mr. Graham is here with us tonight, and I have no doubt that we're going to be hearing quite a bit from him in the near future on our buildings and what's going to need to be done. So I know that it's sometimes difficult to take this space and use it for other than the housing needs, but it also allows us to move forward really positively on the infrastructure projects and the municipal buildings, to work on those, to still maintain this as municipal land, so that in the future, when we have better knowledge of what our other municipal buildings, what opportunities they might have for multi-use, either as commercial, as residential, as mixed use. We're not there yet. So this provides us with the opportunity to retain this space over the longer term, so that eventually, I have no doubt that we'll be able to revisit it for highest and best use. But it allows us to move forward in a way that's reasonable. It's a good fit with proximity to our other services and to the village, so that it's a good placeholder for a future use. And it just allows us to move forward in a direction that we have struggled with, some of it due to pandemic and some of it for lack of resources. And we, as a council, have made a big commitment on moving forward on many fronts. And the infrastructure, our core infrastructure, is so foundational to everything we want to achieve, whether it's housing, whether it's expanded services. It really is foundational to the needs of the community for the future. So I strongly encourage everyone around the council table to think of the opportunities that it can present us with, and allow us to move forward with the desired outcomes that we're seeking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. So it's hard to separate them out entirely, so I'll speak to the motion, and then, so I certainly support the urgent repairs portion of it. And I also support the repairs and renovations for the minimum residential occupancy. I am inclined to support the rezoning process and the next step as well. Although I could certainly see if there's some discomfort around the table of wanting to get a bit more of a detailed analysis of what commercial space is available, what the costs are, and understanding what the payback piece is, I would, I understand that direction as well. I look at this in a couple of ways. This land we've owned really in anticipation of the village area plan. I think it's important that we keep the property until we complete that plan. It may be deemed to be incredibly useful. It may be deemed to be surfeit at some point in the future. We don't really know until we undertake that plan. But I think it's really important that we keep it. We have tried to find, mechanisms through Verks and others to see if we could find a below market use for it. It's had that use, but because of the condition of the building, it's not feasible to use it for living in until we do some of these repairs. And so I do think both the first two portions of this motion are critical, just to give us those options if we want them. What I'm reading into this, though, and subject to if we want more details, we can get it. I do think this is a reasonable solution. It's one single family house, unavailable for a few years while we go through and spin up our really substantial asset replacement process. We do have requirements to replace our buildings down at Public Works, and the logical place to start moving those office spaces and so forth is down there when that happens. So I don't see this as a permanent option. I see it as a conversion of a nice old house to be used for a time being, and then move back in with minimal incremental costs to achieve that over a relatively small number of years. So I'm not sure how we do the comparison of cost, to be totally honest. Are we comparing it to full commercial costs? Are we comparing it to the total weighted cost of investment in the property and the building and the repairs? Are we comparing it to just the incremental piece of this as a carrying piece? And because we will retain the value after the fact as well, has been noted. So I will support the four recommendations here. I will separate them out, and I think we can have those more detailed discussions. And if there's a desire for more information to guide the second half of these, then we'll take those. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just wanted to add, I think there's so many opportunities that may be coming up in the very near future, and I think we can't ignore the fact that, especially what's going on at a provincial level, that within 6 months we may have the province coming on board in partnership with us, and there may be opportunities and financial opportunities to provide affordable housing in our community, and I would hate to tie up what is potentially our, the site with the most potential to achieve a new residential or multi-use development. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion on the first part of the motion? Yes, Ms. Williams. For those at home, Ms. Williams is our Chief Administrative Officer. Welcome to the meeting.
My apologies, Your Worship, I believe I just cut you off. I just wanted to suggest, based on what I'm hearing at the table, that there is an option for council if you desire to move forward with the first two recommendations for the urgently required renovations, and then staff could bring back an options analysis prior to the public hearing. So we would generate that work and bring it back before we would go to a public hearing and actually rezone the property. So that may be an option that you want to consider.
Thank you for that. Just for my it's fine. I'll just leave it at that. I'm going to deal with the first motion right now. Not seeing any other discussion. So this is undertake urgent repairs. Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor and those opposed. Councillor Smart opposed. We then have the second part of this motion to undertake repairs and renovations necessary to support a minimum residential occupancy at a cost of $125,000. So that was already moved and seconded. I've just separated these into individual motions. So is there any further discussion on this item? See any? I will call the question. All those in favor and those opposed. Councillor Smart opposed. That carries. We move to the third on this item. The staff be directed to initiate a rezoning process for 1538 Monterey to accommodate municipal office uses. That's moved and seconded, so we'll debate here on that piece. And Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate Councillor Smart's comments on exactly this, because that is a factor to consider. I do think we need to maintain the building and undertake the urgent repairs, possibly have a short-term residential use in it, but leave possibilities open for the use of the property. This is one, the idea that she suggests is yet another potential direction that the property could go in. And I appreciate Ms. Williams's suggestion, just as far as talking about with respect to the rezoning process, having information in advance of the rezoning. I guess to my mind anyway, I'm not willing to move at this step, but rather again would propose to have the options analysis available before the decision to proceed to rezoning was taken. So I think there's a slight distinction there, but I do appreciate Ms. Williams' comments about having that information available. So I'm not supporting this component of the recommendations, but it's not because I don't feel that the analysis that Ms. Williams referenced isn't necessary. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I have Councillor Watson and then Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to follow up on Councillor Appleton and Councillor Patterson's comments, I hear you loud and clear, Councillor Patterson, and I take our responsibility to make sure that work is managed well and that we get on it as soon as possible is really critical. But I do think that an options analysis that actually, I would be more comfortable with an options analysis that also explored in a little bit more detail for us to take in what other office occupancies are possible for staff doing this, essential work, before I would be prepared to move on the second and the third and fourth recommendation in this report.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Yes, thank you, and thanks to my colleagues for their comments. I am not going to support the next two motions for similar reasons. And it's not because I don't support the staff need, and it's not because I don't support the infrastructure needs. And I hear very clearly and appreciate very much what Councillor Patterson articulated in that case. But as we were talking and as I was thinking, and I've been thinking about this quite a bit, obviously, my sense is that the housing need is first and foremost. There is a social cost to Oak Bay of not providing short-term housing at this point. The housing need we know is high in the region, and certainly the province has identified it as a major priority. Locking the house down for 10 to 15 years eliminates housing options for market or below market rental. And the climate, I think politically and in terms of housing, has completely changed since we first looked at this issue. And it bothers me that between 2022 and 2024, when the commercial improvements were being made, that house would be empty. So we would have a 6-bedroom older home sitting in Oak Bay empty while it was being renovated for commercial space. And I certainly don't diminish the need for staffing and for staff, decent office space for staff, but I really believe that the social needs, the housing needs, far outweigh the office needs for staff at this point in time. And I have been consistent, I think, about how this house should be used over the last term, and I believe it should be used as socially beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I just want a clarification for Mr. Graham, if I might. The renovation timelines we're looking at starting and the emergency work going forward as soon as possible, availability of contractors, et cetera, notwithstanding. And then there's a rezoning piece that would limit the ability for the occupation that could be as late as early 2024, but potentially faster. Is that correct? I'm just thinking because the comment was made about sitting empty for a year, but the work is underway either way starting essentially immediately. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Graham?
Through your worship, just to clarify, the rezoning would only be required for the commercial occupancy. If it was residential, no rezoning would be required. So as soon as the work was complete, which would be a less scale, it would probably only take 6 to 8 months rather than a year. It would be available sooner. The rezoning process that we would respect, I wouldn't want to be doing commercial renos until it went through the rezoning process to respect that process, but we could plan for it. But once the rezoning process is approved, everything would be accumulative. It would probably be about a year's within that period, the early 2024. Hope that made sense.
No, cumulative, additional few months after that rezoning process. Thank you. I'm hearing enough people here with concerns about having enough information to make decisions that we can probably look at referring this back to staff and bringing it forward. But go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, then Councillor Smart.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I honestly do hear what the council is saying about the housing needs within our community. However, I do go back to a lot of the comments that Councillor Patterson made in regards to the urgency that we also have for our strategic planning for the next few years to come to fruition as far as our infrastructure goes. And I believe that Ms. Bay's report kind of laid everything out pretty clearly in my mind as far as the cost-benefit analysis of what it would be for us to be able to use this property as for staff rather than for a housing project. And you know, let's face it, it was available for housing over the past few years. That did not go to as well as we had expected and as well as we had hoped. And I would hate to see that continue in the future. So I really would love it if you would support the rezoning so that we could have staff moving into this property. But it doesn't sound like that's going to happen. However, we will see.
Councillor Smart.
I just wanted to comment on timeline. It all sounds so optimistic, but similar rezonings in Oak Bay have taken over a year to achieve, let alone the construction of, you know, currently being in the industry. It perhaps might be another year. So I just think the timelines are perhaps quite optimistic about when office space will actually be available. And I just further, like, in providing alternative options for where staff could be located, it would be great to have that in the context of, you know, where they would go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Like I said, I'm hearing enough people around the table with concerns about not having sufficient information on options that we may want to refer this back to staff to bring this back with those options analysis before consideration of the rezoning pieces. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I understand the difficulty of the decision, and you know, and the strong desire to provide housing, but I certainly would like the certainty of knowing we were going forward with the rezoning process. As I said, I brought forward the motion in 2021 to find out about the implementation strategy. So we're still working on that. And without certainty, the longer we delay the uncertainty about how we are going to implement, how we're going to stage this, it compromises all other programs we want, including housing in the district. Because trying to connect new infrastructure into very aged, past perhaps the useful life of the existing infrastructure will just present, in my opinion at least, an unacceptable risk, an unacceptable condition for our staff to be able to respond positively with scheduled maintenance, not, you know, while they run around dealing with repairs. So I see this as something that has already been postponed since 2021. And you know, while we continue then to spin our wheels looking at what else is available and getting these pieces pulled together, it is more time delay. And our last report from our former director of engineering was, we know that there is increasing unplanned maintenance being done on our core services. And I see our core services as also being equally as vital as housing to all residents of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to ask a question of staff at this moment? Thank you. This is through you, Mayor, to Mr. Graham. Just please clarify for me, if at this point in time you came across commercial space that was suitable for this staffing need that we've addressed, do you have the authority to act on it to secure it, or would you need to come back to council to do that?
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, certainly anything that binds the municipality into a contract, we would bring back to council for a decision on that.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
So just to follow up, if would you be actively looking, or do you have scope to actually be sort of alert to those opportunities right now and then come to council if you saw something? Yes, thank you. Maybe
Give
that's
that
for
to Mr. Graham.
Through your worship, I was actually checking this morning, as a matter of fact, in preparation for this meeting, and there was nothing available that I could find. So it is a continuous process. As I mentioned, to respect the rezoning process, I wouldn't be proceeding with any rezoning commercial renovations within that building. So there's a kind of inherent stage gate at the rezoning level that we could bring a report whether there's something available or not. As was mentioned earlier, it literally changes in some cases weekly. Something pops up available, it disappears very quickly, so we would have to act very quickly if something suitable came up. And yes, I am constantly keeping my eye out.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm hearing some additional information, some concerns about this being commercial at all. I will say, you know, based on the answers given, I'd actually be supportive of this with the direction to start this process, but to ask for some of that work so that we don't delay the rezoning pieces of that, so that whenever the new planning staff come in, they can start those pieces. If this is, I think we're going to be deferring this to January if it comes back for a report, because I don't think we have a chance to get back any meaningful report into December's meeting or space in that meeting. So. Yeah, my preference would be to move forward with this, with the ask that we also bring back those options analysis prior to the public hearing, so we have all that information available. Clearly, if there's a great commercial space available that we can move into, that would be equally sufficient for us to do the work. And certainly the cost and detailed costing would have to form part of that piece of it, certainly over the duration of the multiple years. So I'll leave it to this body. Right now we have the motion live on the floor is that staff be directed to initiate a rezoning process. So if anybody wishes to make a motion to refer this back to staff, we'll take that. Otherwise, we'll call the question on the motion to start the process of rezoning. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarification. So essentially, rather than you're proposing to refer this motion essentially as it currently sits, so it would not be defeated, it would just be referred and then brought back onto the table at a subsequent meeting. Is that what is that procedurally how this would be handled?
Yeah, I was sorry, thank you, Councillor Appleton. I was making that suggestion because I heard from members of council that they were missing information, and I always think if people needed more information to make a decision, then we should ask for that information. So if that information is desired, then I think that is the rationale. If there's decision here is that they don't want, if members of this body do not want this to ever be commercial use, then, and you made that decision, then we should not refer it. We should just defeat the motion that's on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the clarification, because that is my current state of analysis is that it should not be summarily dismissed as an idea, but supported by additional information. So I would make the motion to refer this recommendation and also the subsequent recommendation which relates to it back to staff for an options analysis on the needs for expanded municipal office space, considering operational requirements and a cost-benefit comparison.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. I'm going to go to Ms. Bay at this point because I just want to make sure when we make questions of staff for options analysis that we're clear about what is going to be provided back to this table. Ms. Bay, with that motion to refer it back, does that give clarity for you about what's being asked for?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think I have total confidence in Ms. Bay and Mr. Graham to provide that information. And because, as I've asked earlier, I'm sure most of that information is potentially already at hand and has already been done, but not potentially presented in this way. I think some of the questions that have been asked around the table about, when I say operational needs, some of the questions about, where functionally does this need to be? I am interested in hearing more about functionally from a staff perspective, what works best from an operational point of view, and also, just and potentially some further analysis as per Ms. Bay's comments about what unit would potentially look to move there, what makes the most sense as far as those types of rearrangements, and what other, granted they are very limited and we've touched on them a little bit, but what other municipal property options are there? They may be limited, but even if they are unsuitable or limited in some way, it would be great to know what those are. So, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Upland. Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you so much, and thank you for referring the motion rather than defeating it. However, I still will be voting against your motion because I actually feel that there's sufficient information here to move forward with the other two recommendations. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you. I do also appreciate what is being asked for here. I won't be supporting it much for the same reason as Councillor Braithwaite. I think we've been around this quite a bit since 2021, and I would really want to move forward. However, I will certainly respect the desire of fellow members of council to request this, but I won't support the motion.
Thank you. So the motion is right now to refer it to staff for additional information. Any other discussion on the referral motion? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Patterson and Braithwaite opposed. That motion carries. So we'll look forward to that information coming back. That'll carry the third and fourth options on that list back to this body. Is there anything else arising from this at this point? I'm not seeing any. So we'll see you again soon on this, Mr. Graham. Thank you very much for being here tonight and for the information. Moving on to 8.4, the Heritage Commission 2023 Work Plan. We have Mr. Bull, our Director of Community Building and Planning, here with us. I think this is a more straightforward item than the last one. Thank you, Mr. Brozic. So, Mr. Bull, why don't I leave it to you if you wish to give a brief introduction. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm here tonight together with Caitlin McDougall, our planner, and she's also the staff liaison to the Heritage Commission. She has prepared an introduction to the work plan, so if you could get her to provide that would be great. Thank you, Mr.
I will do so. Welcome, Ms. McDougall.
Thank you so much. Your Worship, just want to do a quick sound check. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Just be a little closer to your microphone and it'll be perfect.
Okay, I'm scooching here. All right. So in accordance with the Heritage Commission bylaw, the Heritage Commission developed a proposed 2023 work plan at a workshop held earlier this fall, and then reviewed and adopted the attached work plan at its regular meeting on November 15th of this year. So the 2023 work plan consists of 6 proposed projects in total. Of these 6 proposed projects, the Commission has requested that the Heritage Best Practices Review be prioritized in 2023. That's just information for your context there. 4 of these projects renew and expand upon the 2022 work plan, including volunteer training, updating the Community Heritage Register, undertaking the Best Practices Review, and reviewing and updating heritage information on the district's website. It is also relevant to note that 3 of those 4 projects were initiated in 2022 and are currently underway. The 2 new projects proposed for 2023 are the Oak Bay Heritage News Stories and supporting the Oak Bay Heritage Lecture Series. These two projects do not specifically align with the Commission's core mandate, which is generally to advise Council on a range of community heritage matters, and instead more broadly focus on engaging and educating the community about heritage topics. All 6 projects are in addition to the advisory body's core duties and therefore require approval from Council. In the attached work plan, each project has been evaluated within the context of Council's strategic priorities, as well as operational and budgetary implications, organizational capacity, and available staff. The attached work plan does reference tentative staff time and funding needs for each of the recommended projects. Now, should Council wish to advance the Heritage Commission work plan, the recommended next step would be to ask staff to identify associated resourcing implications as part of the 2023 priorities planning and budgeting process. That's my overview for you at the moment. I'm here to help with any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. And yeah, I think importantly, not a final decision on this, but just if there's any pieces that we want more additional information from Heritage Commission on, and if any of these we do or do not wish to move forward, this is the chance to get that direction. This is available for public input. If people from the audience online or in person wish to address this, you can. Same process as before. We'll take questions of members of council to staff, and then take a motion, any public input, and then a motion and discussion. Are there any questions to staff on this? I think I see a hand going up. Councillor Watson.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, please. I just wanted to ask about item 1 in the work plan and why the best practices review, it indicates the best practices review, if it went ahead, would be limited to a look at BC municipalities' work in this area. And I just wanted to ask why it was kept that narrow when thinking about the work. I saw it as narrow. Perhaps it's not narrow. Perhaps that's pretty broad. But if you could just comment on that. Why just BC jurisdictions? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Ms. McDougall?
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's an excellent question, and certainly highlights the importance of perspective there. I think the primary reason for that is because of working within the Local Government Act, and the context of legislation within BC is specific to BC. So if we were to look at other provinces, what we can and can't do, we could certainly get inspired perhaps by some projects, but a lot of this comes down to regulatory authority and what we can do within the Local Government Act in BC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks so much. I have 2 questions, actually. I noticed on the last page of the report, the last paragraph, it says that the $7,500 allocated in 2022 to support the Heritage Best Practices Review is not utilized and is being requested to roll over into the 2023 budget as part of the 2023 annual work plan. Can you speak to that? Is that a normal practice that we would do?
I can give it to Ms. McDougall, but I might go to Mr. Payne if you're not ready at hand there, Ms. McDougall.
Yeah, I can certainly speak to that, and thank you for flagging that. That is actually something that we should update and correct in that document through conversations with Mr. Payne. We did determine that is actually not the practice that we can do. So rollover funds are not being rolled over. So I apologize for the incorrect information in that attachment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
No worries at all. Thank you very much for clarifying. And then my next question would be something that you said in your opening statements, which was the published Oak Bay Heritage News Stories and the partner in the Oak Bay Heritage Lecture Series were not really under the purview of the commission. So is that something that fits more rightly with the foundation?
Ms. McDougall?
Yes, excellent question. Thank you. So I think to clarify there, the intent of that comment was more about those specific initiatives not aligning with the core mandate of the commission, which is really to provide advice to council on heritage matters. Those 2 initiatives, more broadly speaking, align with some of the things that you see in the 2013 Heritage Plan, for example, which talk about education, engagement, supporting the commission and supporting the Heritage Foundation, which certainly is not necessarily out of scope, but it certainly does not necessarily align with the core mandate of the commission.
Are there other questions of staff on this? I'm going to just, I won't go to observations since we don't really have a motion on the floor here. Are there any members of the public who wish to address council on the Heritage Commission work plan for 2023? Looking online. Looking in the room. Not seeing any. I'll come back to this table then. We have the pieces in front of us. The motion is to move these pieces forward for impact, which is probably supportable. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton. Just move receipt. We have a move of a receipt of the report first to start with, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? Procedure, we received that. Go ahead if you wish to make the motion, we can speak to it.
Absolutely, Your Worship. I would move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So this is to move the 6 for that'll come back to our with initiatives, backgrounders to consider as part of our overall budget and strategic planning process. Is there any other discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
I might just make the comment, Your Worship, and this is something that can maybe happen offline, but with respect to the educational pieces, the lecture series, and some of the questions around what falls within the Commission's mandate and what might fall to the Foundation, with the Committee and Commission review and the more separation between the Heritage Foundation and the Heritage Commission, some of these work plan items may have become a little bit vague or maybe not as well understood as they could be. So I guess I would undertake with Councillor Smart, who is the liaison to the Heritage Commission, to potentially have a bit of an offline discussion about between the respective chairs of the groups to maybe flesh that out a little bit better and maybe understand more clearly what they would seek to achieve by that. So I don't want to summarily discount it or say that actually should be somebody else's responsibility. I think that there would be every interest on behalf of the chairs of the respective groups to determine where that best landed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, and I can just comment on that a little bit. My sense is that the work plan is felt to fairly represent the work that the current commission feels that they will undertake. And being that there's now the restrictions of overlap between the two groups, I think the thought was just to basically represent the desires of what that group wanted to do this year. And I'll just add on to that you'll notice that last year none of the budget was spent. This is a very in my short time with them, I deem a responsible group that they even noted that, for instance, last year they did not use their conference budget because they didn't feel like the topics in the conference were of enough value. So, and similarly with the news stories, they're actually hoping to find an article spot that would not be any cost. So there is quite a diligence to not spend all of the funds that are currently shown. So I just wanted to share that as well. The one topic that I did want to bring up for discussion was with the initiative number 6, just with regards to any concerns about setting a precedent for providing free space for educational lecture series and even honorarium for a speaker for this group, and then how that might relate to other groups asking for the same. Because the foundation, because the lecture series is the foundation now, so it's an outside group. So how does that compare then to, say, the community association coming in and wanting the same privileges? So that's the only thing I flag for discussion.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the last two probably, to both yours and Councillor Smart, yours and Councillor Appleton's comments, I think capture the issues that we have with these last two items, is that they're more naturally in the purview of the foundation, and we don't want to limit the ability of the commission to do good work as well. But the commission is restricted under the Local Government Act to meet in public, to have minutes, to have published agendas and those sorts of pieces. And so there's a natural fit for an arm's length to take a grant and run with it, and much more easily than an advisory body of council. So I think those are the things that, those two I think can stay in this list, but I do think they may naturally fit more under the foundation with the support of the members of the commission as volunteers and on those pieces of work as part of that, if the foundation sees it worthwhile. So I'm supportive of the motion as it stands, but I appreciate the two chairs flagging that, because I think that is a conversation that's going to have to happen to be effective. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One thing that I don't see in what is presented is the Heritage Commission's budget was funded to also provide for members of the commission to attend, when possible, BC Heritage conferences. I don't see either in the foundation or this participation in those conferences, which are broad learning opportunities for both of those groups. And at the conferences, it is, you will also hear from experts that are beyond the boundaries of BC when it is when they have subject matter that pertains actually to heritage buildings and perhaps not so specific as to provincial codes. So I don't see where that fits in this plan. I don't see that it's mentioned. I don't know if it was part of the discussions at the meeting, if that was part of the learning opportunity, but I know that was the intended use of funding the Heritage Commission, at least when I was serving as liaison.
Councillor Smart?
So that is under initiative number 2. And it was specifically mentioned that this was especially important for training new members to the commission, and that ideally a staff member and a council liaison would also attend, but that would be under separate budget.
Thank you. So we have a motion in front of us to move this forward. Is there any other discussion? Seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries for Caitlin or Ms. McDougall at home. That carried. And moving on to 8.5. Again, fairly straightforward, but give this to Mr. Coates, who is with us, just to give a quick overview of this, why this is in front of us here today.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So this report before you is essentially a matter of convention each year, in that to publish by January 1 in each year its meeting schedule for the upcoming year. And so in Oak Bay, the meeting schedule is largely embedded in the council procedure bylaw, and that is that the council meetings are held on the days and times that they have been for the last little while. And the schedule before you reflects that, with one exception, and that exception is the December 11th special meeting, as the procedure bylaw establishes that as a general proposition that no meetings of council are held in December, but past practices have led to the conduct of one meeting in December prior to the Christmas break. So while council doesn't have to approve this schedule, and for example, if council didn't approve it, we'd move ahead and advertise, because the procedure bylaw already specifies this, and then the December 11th meeting would have to be dealt with in a different way. So essentially, here's what it is. This is representing the current procedure bylaw requirements, and again, we are required to publish this by January 1. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. I just to this, but those would not be enacted immediately, is what you're saying. They would require a procedure law or procedure bylaw change, or one-off changes to the meetings after that. Is that correct, Mr. Coates?
Your Worship, that's correct. Yes, and just to be helpful in that regard, amendments to the procedure bylaw come with the provisions around that include a special sort of pause in public notification and the solicitation of any public feedback on changes of that to that bylaw. So it's not a fast process. So 6 to 8 weeks would be a standard turnaround to amend the procedure bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Councillor Smart, I think I saw your hand. And then Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, just one minor question. I just wanted to know, was it purposeful that there was not a committee of the whole meeting in September? I just didn't see the reason for that.
That's a good question, and Your Worship, through you, I think probably the break there is that it represents the typical Union of BC Municipalities conference during a week, so we tend to shrink a week during that time, and I would imagine that, if memory serves me, that the casualty of that was Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. I think it's important for all members of the public to know as well, this is the lattice work. Council can make additional meetings, and we can remove meetings. This is the published schedule of the regularly scheduled meetings that people can expect over the course of the year. Any other comments, questions? Let's get a motion to receive first, moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? And does someone want to make the approval of, moved by Councilor Braithwaite, moved and seconded by many people. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. Moving on to section 9. We have our bylaws and permits piece. So these are not subject to public input, the next two items. So up first, we have a siting and design DVP, Advisory Design Panel and Development Variance Permit for 2072 Hampshire Road. Mr. Weber, Mr. Bowl, you're here addressing it. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, Kevin Weber is also in attendance. However, Mr. Weber did find a new job and is no longer with us, so he's here to help us out with some detailed questions, but that's the reason why I'm here today giving the introductions, and Mr. Weber has the last opportunity today to support you, and I thank him for being available tonight. Turning our minds to 2072 Hampshire Road, this is a siting and design approval following a covenant requirement on the site, as well as a development variance permit application. And that one is here in front of you to give the green light for notice to be given. So the background of this site are as follows. This site is located on the west side of Hampshire Road, between Bowker Avenue and Dalhousie Street. It's a fairly large site, 3,000 square meters in area, surrounded by single-family homes on all sides. It currently has an RS5 one-family residential zone designation, and in the OCP it is also designated accordingly as established neighborhoods. This is a special site. It's one of the old farmsteads in Oak Bay. There's some history in the report, but the original farmhouse on this site, in this area I should say, dates back to the 1880s. Some changes were made a bit earlier, not too long ago, 10 years ago, where the site was, well, probably before that too, subdivided. But this particular site has been subdivided most recently in 2012, creating one parcel on Hampshire, and a house was built there. And this kind of remainder parcel, if you will, was still left undeveloped and is a larger site. The farmhouse itself was removed in 2021. It was reviewed more closely by the previous council at that time, reviewed if there was heritage value. That building was not deemed to be that relevant for the heritage preservation, and therefore eventually demolished and left the site empty for this proposal. So looking at the proposal in front of you, so this property would be subdivided into 4 strata lots, and each of those lots would range from 611 to 706 square meters. It will have a shared common property access road, and that will come up when I discuss the variances as well. Each of those lots are proposed to get a new 2-story single-family home. The gross floor areas are between 230 to 53 square meters, and that's in square feet about 2,300 to 2,600 square feet, roughly. There's of course new hard and soft landscaping to be installed, and another thing related to the variance is a new freestanding sign. Let me see. At this time, we're not dealing with the former character yet. That would follow up at the next instance when the variance is also coming back for your consideration. But today, to give you a bit of background on the variance before council considers giving notice, the 2 variances are related to the access road that I was mentioning. That road ends at the western end of the property. It does straddle over lot 3 particularly. The reason it's done that way is for 2 reasons. There needs to be a turnaround in a strata road like that. And the second reason is an arbutus tree, which is located on lot 4 or at the end of the strata common area. And to protect that arbutus tree, that turnaround is planned to be located on lot 3. And that's the main rationale for that additional coverage that is requested for the variance. And then secondly, the freestanding sign at the front. The sign is proposed to be the namesake of the development and simply be an identification sign. However, the sign bylaw restricts those kind of freestanding signs to commercial and other zones, not residential zones. So let me see. And that's a citing requirement in the sign bylaw. This is not a zoning bylaw. I got a little bit confused for a moment. But because it's a sign bylaw matter that could be varied by council because it's a citing requirement. Yeah, if council authorizes the notification process today, we'll proceed with making sure the adjacent owners are informed. And then the variance would return for consideration, as well as that form and character approval or consideration. Tonight, we do have the applicant and the project designer, Ryan Hoyt, in attendance to speak to the applications and answer any questions you might have. And as I mentioned, Mr. Weber, as our planner, is also available. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. These are not subject to public input at this point, so at this point, we're going to ask questions of the applicant if there's any, and then depending on the decision of council, it'll either go for notification or not. For those watching at home and aren't familiar with processes, variances do require notification of neighbors, so there's a circumference that we give notice to. But the process that comes to council first, and we basically do a check to see if it's meet the basic requirements that we think would, on the surface, meet the needs, and then we go out for public input to come back to this table for final consideration. So that's where we are tonight. Members of council, are there any questions of the applicant or of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks so much, and through you, Mayor. Mr. Bull, I know you weren't here at the time, but I remember this very well in last council, and I remember very well in March having a quite a long discussion with the owners at the time on moving that farmhouse. And I was actually a little bit shocked when I read the report because I hadn't realized that it had been demolished. So what was the reason behind that? Because the owners spoke adamantly about wanting to move it and then the value of that house to their family. So I'm quite shocked that that house was not moved, that it was demolished.
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if the owner themselves can comment on that, or possibly Mr. Weber has some more background, but I don't have that information handy, unfortunately.
I'll probably give it to the owners if they wish to address it. It's a little outside of the purview of this particular consideration, but I don't mind if the owners are ready to have an explanation of why the house ended up being demolished rather than moved. No? Yes? As a process here, if you just state your name and municipality of residence, and then keep the answer fairly brief because it's not core to the decision making here today.
Yeah, my name's Darren McAdams. I live at 5068 Cambria Wood Terrace in Salish. I'm with Pacific Beach Investments, and we're the applicant. We were not the owner at the time of the application that you are discussing with the former owners. Our obligations or our contractual obligations were with the owners were for them to move it or demolish the home. I believe that they were not able to find a suitable location or an opportunity to move it.
Thank you for that. Mr. Weber, did you have any further information before we move on?
Certainly. I have a recollection when I was speaking with another representative for this application that it was going to be a bit tricky moving the home off the property. Of course, there's that large elm tree right on the municipal boulevard, and you'll notice that this property tapers and gets quite narrow as it approaches the road right of way. And I believe it would have required the home to be moved over a portion of a neighboring property, and that it was difficult to get or come to an agreement with the neighboring property owner to allow that home to be moved over that portion of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. That's really disappointing, and makes me think that in the future that I'll ask a lot more questions in regards to moving a house. Speaking of the elm tree, that elm tree is on the boulevard, so it's owned by the municipality. That elm tree will not be disturbed in any of the proposed building. Is that correct?
I'll give that to Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber?
Yes, thank you. And through you, yes, our park services and engineering department staff, as well as planning staff, have been taking a really close look at that because the protection of that elm tree is of the utmost importance to us as well. That, along with the arbutus we identified towards the rear of the property, were two trees out of the few that are being removed that we felt were really important to be protected. It's going to be challenging. There is some services that need to go within the critical root zones of that tree. There'll also be a portion of a new driveway getting paved over top of it. But there is a process outlined by the applicant's consulting arborist, by which they do exploratory excavations into the root zones to first find out where the critical roots are, and then try to design the services around that. Our park services and engineering staff reviewed that and were satisfied with that approach. And they feel that it would not significantly impact the health of that tree. Thank you.
Councillor Braithwaite.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did notice that there was 24 bylaw protected trees being removed from this site, which I thought was quite high. But going on the arbutus and the elm tree, what happens if, what kind of protection do we give to that tree as far as how long we, if it dies within a certain period of time or fails within a certain period of time, what is the charge to the builder or to the owner if that tree does die and it has to be removed?
Mr. Weber, do you have an answer for that?
Thank you. Yeah, I can certainly speak to that. So it's a little interesting. Along with this application, there's also a subdivision application that is being undertaken by the applicant. That one does not go forward to council. It gets reviewed just in-house by our subdivision approving officer and different department referrals. But through that subdivision process, we're actually considering and looking at putting a covenant in place to protect both the elm tree and the arbutus tree. The exact wording of that covenant has yet to be figured out, but we will be looking for certainly the long-term health and protection and well-being of that tree. I'm not sure exactly how it might work out. I think ideally we would want to try to prevent any potential damage that would impact those trees from happening during construction. It is tough to say what might happen to those trees in the long run. I know just from talking with Dan Fong, our arboriculture inspector, that he did note arbutus trees are particularly susceptible to construction impacts. So yeah, it is a tough one, but we are, I guess, trying our best and taking all necessary measures to ensure those trees are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. I do have a few more questions. And going on that one a little bit more, I know that there have been instances in the past where builders have decided that it's cheaper just to take the tree down so they can do what they want on the property because the fine for taking a tree down is so minimal in comparison to what that tree is worth to the municipality. So it would be good to see what kind of a covenant could be written around that. So my next question is, this is the sign that is being proposed on municipal land or on the proponent's land?
Mr. Weber?
Thank you. And yes, and through you, it's actually on the private property of the applicant's land or the property owner's land. It's kind of in I think it's the southeast corner of lot 1. So near the municipal boulevard, but not on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. And my last question is, I believe that when there's a subdivision of more than 4 lots or more than 3 lots, that there is a fee that is paid to the municipality. Can you confirm that and let me know what that fee might be, or is it based on the value of the properties that are being built?
Mr. Weber or Mr. Boole? I'll go to Mr. Boole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it depends a bit on what kind of subdivision was done, how that was dealt with in 2012. At that time, it was a bigger parcel. I think you're referring to the 5% parkland, either dedication or a fee to be charged. So that would be reviewed. Either it was probably already dealt with in 2012. If not, then at this point we would simply apply the act. But I suspect this would have been dealt with back then.
Can we get confirmation on that at some point?
So, Mr. Boole, that's done through the subdivision process, though. Yeah, we are dealing with the variance here tonight. Appreciate this is the first chance we've had a chance to see the application, but that is separate from council, but it'd be good to understand what that, just a review of that policy. Thank you. Are there other questions of the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask a question of staff, or is it just the applicant that I can? Yeah, okay, this would be I'm not sure which staff I'm asking this to, but you'll know when you hear the question. This development went to the advisory design panel on November the 4th, and they made some observations about it, and I just wanted to know if the ADP's report and minutes has gone back to the applicant. Are they aware of what those comments were? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson, or Councillor Watson. Mr. Weber?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, through you. I did, the applicants were, of course, at that meeting, and I did speak with the applicant afterwards with some email correspondence about the specific discussion ADP had and what was going to be in the minutes and within their motion. The applicant decided that they did not want to act on some of the recommendations that ADP was proposing. I know specifically there were some minor alterations to the design of the home on lot 4. I know the applicant took that into consideration. Perhaps they can speak to it more. But yeah, no revisions to the plans that were brought forward to ADP were made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just think from a process perspective, tonight we're looking at the variance piece. The siting and design will be coming back for consideration at the next meeting, as I understand it, not here for so much for tonight. So we should have that report at that time. So this is really just a question of whether the variances are reasonable enough to go for public notice. But obviously, if there's questions, this is the best time to answer it. Ask them as opposed to waiting for 2 weeks and then opening up a can of worms that we could have asked here. So any other questions of the applicant or staff on this application? Nope, I don't see any other questions. So I think, can we get a motion that the report be received, moved and seconded? Thank you. Is there any discuss receipt? All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? And then any other motion direction here?
Thank you, Worship. I will move the staff recommendation.
This is for notice to be given?
Notice to be given.
DVP, thank you. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the motion to move it for notification? I don't. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Is this a good time to ask about one of the variances?
This is the best time to ask about one of the variances.
I just want to ask in regards to the coverage of the 40. I think it's 45% coverage for paving that you were asking for one of the lots, and I understand that it's because of the arbutus tree. But is there a way to? That's a lot of hard space, and I understand that you're going to be using some permeable pavers, but could you perhaps speak to whether or not that can be reduced at all? Because I did notice that around some of the houses, there's also a lot of patio area, it seems, so I'm wondering if any of that can be reduced so that you don't have as much hard space.
Welcome. Same process here. If you could just state your name, municipality of residence, and then...
Ryan Hoyt. I live 5196 Rambler Road in Cordova Bay, and I'm the house designer. I think the easiest way to to appreciate the hard surface here is the turnaround is essentially part of the road. So it's a part of the road that's actually on private property. So in this case, it does count towards the hard surface. If the piece that was specific to the road was taken out of the equation, the hard surface would be compliant, as is all of the other properties. So it's really just adding an area that would otherwise be counted as part of the road and not considered hard surface. So it's a bit of a technicality in this case. And I think the number does stand out as being excessive, but if you took away the piece that was essentially the shared portion of the strata road, the remaining hard surface coverage on that particular site would be compliant.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks for that. And also, I just wanted to make a comment on the house sizes. I appreciate that a couple of the houses are actually quite below what the maximum could possibly be. I noticed that 2 of them are very, very close to the maximum that could possibly be. And I always say this to people who are bringing new houses forward, is that when you build to the maximum like that, there's no ability in the future for anyone to make any kind of a renovation. So it's appreciated that you didn't go to the maximum on a couple of the houses, but that one, I think it's on the house on lot 3, you're at like 90, 9% of the available what you could actually do. So just for me, that's just a comment for me that I like to see a little bit smaller house on the lot, just so that there's availability for a future owner to come across and say, I want to make an addition or I want to do whatever. So that's just a comment.
We'll leave it as a comment then. Thanks. No, that's fine. Comments are allowed here as well. Motions on the floor for motion for notification. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just had a question through you to staff, if that's possible, perhaps to Mr. Weber. Just wondering, is this the first instance of us potentially allowing a sign for single-family houses? And just wondering about sort of the precedent setting of that going forward.
Mr. Weber, I can maybe answer this, but if you can't, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, through you, I have fairly limited knowledge of prior applications that were similar to Set Oak Bay, just because I have not been in the planning department for an extensive period of time. I did try my best to look at similar application or similar subdivision applications. I did see there were some similar types of signs, but they mostly ended up being on gate columns that were the entrances to these subdivisions, and I didn't really see a specific low mount freestanding sign like this on another property. So as far as I'm concerned, it is the first instance, but there may certainly be others out there that I'm not aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. There are a couple, but they're not common. They are often in this. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification on the sign, the street address, which is important for emergency services, will also be located on the sign?
Give that to the applicant.
Yes, it will be. And just a quick note on the sign. The entrance to the private road is quite narrow, the trees there. It's a bit of an odd intersection of a few different streets, so there was definite value in our minds of trying to provide some identification for how to get in, and yes, there is 4 houses down this narrow road, so.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor. Councillor Green. See, we're almost at our normal cutoff time. This is when my brain starts to shut off as well. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yes, I'll be brief, and through you, Mayor, just a follow-up question on Councillor Patterson's question on the addresses. They will be for specific addresses on the signage, correct?
Go ahead. Do we know at this point in the subdivision process how the numbers are assigned?
Apologize, the final design is still being refined, but the intent will be to have the individual addresses.
Thank you. Just for my clarification, I think it's in here. I thought I remember seeing it, but now I can't find it. Do you recall the size of the sign that's being proposed? Oh, it's the size of the bylaws is the thing? I'm sure it's in the package. I just can't find it. Oh, is that where it is? It's not the end of the world. If you can't find it quickly, I'm going to move on. Okay.
Sorry, it's 1.88 meters wide and 0.91 meters tall.
0.9 meters tall. Not taller than you. Councillor Smart.
Just to clarify then, so the intent of the sign was not necessarily to make an exclusive road that the neighborhood isn't welcome to walk on, but more of an emergency locational desire?
Yeah, I think it sort of provided some appreciation that it wasn't a driveway for a single house, perhaps, but it was some identification of something bigger, so 4 houses versus 1. So it was not intended to do anything other than identify.
Thank you for that. Councillor Green, you had a question?
Sorry, yeah, this came to mind as well as a follow-up to Councillor Smart's question through you, Mayor. Is there egress from the property walking? If you walk from Hampshire along that road, is there a way out? Is there potential for walking traffic or not through that area? Or is it considered totally private property then? Thank you.
It's all right.
It is a private road, So there is no throughfare, so it would be perhaps walking down a private road for interest in meeting your neighbors, I suppose, but there is no throughfare, so probably not encouraged as far as a pedestrian thoroughfare.
Thank you.
That's what I mean.
Any other discussion? The motion on the floor right now is to recommend a go for notification to neighbors. Don't see any other comments, so I'll pose the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? None opposed? That carries. That'll go for notification. Do we have a date when it comes back here? Is it coming back to the December meeting, or is it coming back to December meeting? So we'll see you in December 12th, I think it is, that we're meeting back here. Thank you very much. Big crowd today. Thank you all for coming. And we have the next one is the heritage alteration permit for 1587, 1595 York Place. And I believe we have the applicant. Oh, thank you. We have the applicant here. So I believe I'm giving this one to Ms. McDougall again. Is that correct? Yes. So, and Mr. Weber, are you gone after this, or are you sticking around the meeting for further pieces?
Thank you. Yes, I can stick around for the, there's 2 more development variance permit applications coming forward that I can stick around for.
Fair enough. Well, I'm just going to say, because I might forget in the hubbub of trying to get through this meeting reasonably expedited, we've really appreciated having you on staff. I know you're going off to essentially get your dream job, so we can't hold it against you. But thank you so much for all your service, and I think just showing up here tonight to help out with this is a pretty good indication of why we'd appreciate having you on staff and the work. So have a wonderful next stage of your career. I'm sure we'll see you a fair bit as well as in your next role. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Mayor, with your permission, I would just like to add my voice to thanks to Mr. Weber, because I worked with him through the ADP for all of the time he was here, and he was tremendously supportive and very helpful. And you will be missed, Mr. Weber. Kevin, you'll be missed.
Yeah, can't call you Kevin until after you've fully departed, I think is the way that works. So it's rules. All right, so moving on to item number 9.2, Ms. McDougall.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the District of Oak Bay received a heritage alteration permit application for 1587/1595 York Place. The proposed works involve removing the stairs at the rear of the property, adding new matching siding to replace the stairs, and placing sod on the ground to match the surrounding area. The works intend to limit further deterioration until the owners undertake restoration plans in the future. There are 4 other egress points on the exterior of the house that will not be affected by the removal of these proposed stairs. The applicant has already placed temporary railing along the veranda to ensure building code requirements are met. This railing will be replaced with a historically appropriate design when the house is restored as part of those future plans. The property is listed on the Community Heritage Register and was designated by Annandale Heritage Designation Bylaw number 3940 on May 26th of 1997. The bylaw does not provide specific details on what features of the property are protected, but broadly states its purpose as protecting the subject property by requiring heritage alteration permits for the following works: alterations to the exterior of the building, making structural changes to the building, and moving the building. The subject property is also located within the Prospect Heritage Conservation Area, and the proposed works to alter the building require a heritage alteration permit unless an exemption applies. While there are provisions to exempt routine maintenance of buildings and structures, the proposed works are considered a permanent alteration to the building structure and therefore require a heritage alteration permit to measure their impact in comparison to the HCA guidelines. Because the stairs at the rear of the property appear to be a later addition to the building, staff considered the proposed works to be consistent with the HCA guidelines, specifically A2 renovations and additions to protected buildings, except for the preservation of original pedestrian access and egress. The application was referred to the November 15th, 2022 Heritage Commission meeting. At the meeting, the Heritage Commission recommended that Council approve the heritage alteration permit for the removal of the stairs and new added siding, and that restoration back to the original design occur within the next 5 years. The Commission further recommended that any interim work occurring retain as much as possible of the original materials in the building. 3 options are presented to Council for consideration today. Specifically, if council would like to require that the stairs be restored to an original version as part of the permit, then council would not proceed with should not proceed with approving the application and would instead request the restorative works be included with a revised proposal. Alternatively, council could approve the permit as is and make a separate encouraging motion to ask the applicant to consider making further renovations within the next 5 years that include the restoration of the stairs. Staff considered the proposed removal of the stairs to have minimal impact on the historical character of the property and to generally be consistent with the HCA guidelines. Staff recommend that council approve Heritage Alteration Permit HAP 00024 for 1587/1595 York Place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to be cognizant of the time. Our procedures bylaw cuts us off at 9 o'clock, but I think we need a bit more time, if I'm guessing, more than a minute and a half to get through the final few items here on the agenda. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting by a certain amount? Councillor Green, by how far? Extend by 30. By 30 minutes? Moved and seconded? All right, any discussion? Needs to be unanimous for us to carry forward, just for the record. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you. That allows us to move forward. We have Mr. Holland here as the applicant, I see. You may or may not need to come forward, depending on whether there's questions, so we'll go with that. Are there any questions of the applicant or of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. Ms. McDougall did touch a little bit on the house being brought back into the original design, and I noticed that it is within the minutes from the Heritage Commission. It basically says they discussed the application and had concerns about why the house had been allowed to fall into the state of disrepair and the lack of standard of maintenance policy, and that they would like it to be approved with the following motion, which would be that we would restore back to the original design that would occur within the next 5 years. And so can staff basically, is that something that we can ask of the applicant to have to do that under a HAP?
Ms. McDougall or Mr. Boole, I think we can make the request. We can't make it conditional, I think, Mr. Boole.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, Ms. McDougall and myself looked into this. Basically, we went back to our legal resources. There's some challenges with that for a number of reasons. It's a bit complex. One of the main reasons is we need to tie back heritage alteration permits. They need to be reviewed against guidelines, and if the guidelines talk about certain things, then we can deal with that. This particular element of doing something in the future based on plans we haven't in front of us is doesn't fit easily in the permit itself. It could be a general wish from council or something that council expresses, but it could not be included in the permit. So that's the short answer of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
So then what stops the owner from allowing the house to go into such disrepair that it is no longer viable to try and even save it?
Mr. Boole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I know that this is part of a repair to actually use the house, so I think that scenario is unlikely. But that said, I'm also looking back here. It is a designated building, so under our bylaw, if the deterioration would go too far, we have some grounds and some ability to intervene. At this point, that's not necessary as far as we know. So, but yeah, that's the twofold answer to that question. Thank you.
So we do check the houses that have the heritage designation to ensure that they aren't in disrepair, because I mean, obviously the stairs on this house look like they're in really big disrepair. So I'm wondering what the rest of the house would actually look like and if we've had a look at it.
Mr. Boole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. McDougall can add to this, but I don't believe we actively monitor heritage designated buildings. Generally, they're well used, in good shape, and there's an incentive, natural incentive, if you will, to maintain them properly. And then similarly, in this case, this is part of a repair to make this house and keep it safe and use it. And there's definitely, as we heard from the applicant's team, plans in the works to make more substantial improvements to this building. So, and in that context, that's for staff enough reason to support this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you. I do note this is a relatively new owner of the building. It's not one that's been had it for a long period of time. Councillor Green, you had a question?
Yes, I was just going to make that point that this is a new owner, so this deterioration occurred over many, many, many years, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have I don't see other questions. Can I get a motion to receive first? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor of receipt, the report? Thank you. Any opposed? Unopposed? That carries. And so we have in front of us a recommendation to approve the heritage alteration permit. Councillor Green?
I'm happy to move the recommendation if there are no other questions.
Moved and seconded. Don't see other questions. Mr. Holland, if you don't mind coming up for one quick question, I am just curious, and I think probably the public is as well. This is a house of rare sort of historical importance, just because of one of the founders of Confederation had it built and so forth. Can you give us any insight? You don't have to if you don't know, but what the sort of the longer term intention of the use of this house is? If there's if you don't know, that's fine as well. We'll deal with the application in front of us today.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Council. The plans for the house are still under development. There's a lot of discussion. It's a beautiful old house. The new owner has moved in. He has 2 young children, and this was the purpose for the repair of the deck and the stairs, because they were literally falling apart. When, if you stood on them, you would go crashing through them, basically. So that was the purpose of this. And staff have been very accommodating, and I want to thank the commission. They spent an hour considering the implications of this to a designated house. It was a thoughtful discussion, and we're in alignment with their approval, or their recommendation. With respect to the long-term plans, so the interior of the house is in a medium state of repair or disrepair. It varies quite dramatically from room to room. When the last time I walked through it, it's quite a large rambling house. I believe it's about 8,000 square feet. It's quite a large place, and it originally had servants' quarters, and it was quite a warren of things. And there's been additions since then to it, which also create a whole other floors of interesting explorations as well. The exterior of it is in the worst shape. So the exterior of it, the lack of paint, and in this case, the railings all around the glass enclosed balconies and the non-enclosed balconies areas. That's the purpose here. So they're exposed to it's up overlooking the water. They're exposed to the winter storms. The water comes in and just sits there. So that was really the unfortunate part. So most all the railings and a good deal of the decking is in bad repair, and there have been minor modifications made pre-HCA, so requirements weren't required as much for that on some of the other stairs, but these stairs were let go, and they're basically gone. So the long-term plan is a very robust restoration of this house. It needs a full and complete rethink and redo and upgrade, and the wiring, the plumbing, foundations, everything needs to be looked at. So we've crawled through it with a heritage consultant and the architects extensively to determine actually what the pedigree of just about every aspect of the house has been. Crawling down in the crawl spaces, looking for how the beams are set up and where chimneys have been and things like that. So there's a very robust agenda. It's going to take a while yet, but we hope to come back with a full application for a major restoration of the building in a few months, as under the current trajectory of the plan. So
great. Thank you for that update. I think it's just of general interest to the public, because it's an important house. So thank you for that. Motion is live on the floor. Motion is to approve. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Thank you for coming out tonight. And I always feel funny because sometimes we have these long waits for very simple ones and short waits for the very complicated ones. But here we are. So we're back to section 10, bylaws and permits. These are all subject to public input. Before we move to 10.1, I believe, Councillor Smart, you wish to recuse yourself?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself due to a non-pecuniary interest due to a friendship with the landowner. Thank you.
Thank you. Give you a chance to leave the room. And just as a procedural piece for those watching, this is the second step of what was happened earlier. So this application was considered by council to have a look at. It has gone out to public notification. We've got some correspondence back related to this, and an opportunity for the public to address us if they wish to as well here in this chamber, and then we'll make a determination about the future. I believe we have the applicant here in the room. Yes. Sorry, yes, I should just say this is for 2090 Penzance Road. Now I'm going to let this be introduced. Mr. Weber, welcome back.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have prepared the introduction, so well.
Oh, okay. I'll let
Mr. Weber has prepared it for me, to be honest, but let's go over that on my part. Thank you. Penzance Road, 2090. So we're looking at the development variance permit. This was referred for notification recently. It's an existing parcel, a fairly small parcel, 318 square meters. It's on the corner of Penzance Road and McKenna Street, although McKenna Street there is more of a trail. Single family homes to the north, east and south, and the Chinese cemetery to the west. There's an RS5 zoning designation and is designated established neighborhoods in the OCP. There's a long list of variances, as you will see in the variance permit. There's only one that is really a change in the setback. It's an increase in the setback variance. The other ones are listed because even though those setbacks are already in place, the volume of those variances are increasing because in some cases there's a new addition that also extends now to a second floor, and that technically is an increase in the nonconformity and therefore listed as a separate variance. The existing homes from 1908, so those variances are for the most part all in place. The applicant is making some improvements to the house, and that has resulted in the request to, well, in this case, formalize the existing setbacks, but also asking for permission for those incremental increases in the volume. Let me see, the notice was mailed to the neighboring properties. We did receive a response today that has been forwarded to you as well, with some concerns from one of the neighbors. Other neighbors have already previously submitted letters of support. And the applicant's project architect, Mr. Moore, is here to answer any questions or provide more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowl. I think I'm going to just proactively give this to Mr. Moore. You saw the correspondence. I appreciate you sharing some additional photos of the outlooks and so forth. Perhaps you could just address the concerns raised in that correspondence for council's benefit, if you want anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello again. I will try to be very brief here. As Mr. Bull suggests, this variance request is all about the setbacks on the property to maintain the south, west, and north setbacks as they are, and to relax the east setback so that it matches the other setbacks of the other cottages. There is no request for any other type of variance, i.e. heights or window openings or anything else. Maximum floor area, which isn't much, and height calculations, and all of these are within the but it has gone through, I would say, architectural gymnastics to achieve that. And I think what we have is a comfortable private home for my clients, which is sympathetic to the community and to the home's 1908 heritage. And as you know now from other correspondence, the focus of the complaint is about some proposed windows looking southwards towards the property at 2021 Penzance. And I'll try to address this. To be clear, and I'll just read this very quickly so I just get it out. To be clear, in a technical sense, the property has an angled south property line, which is the property line facing the neighbor. The wall face with the new windows is, the new windows in question is actually, let me just begin that again. The new wall face that is in question is actually a greater distance away from that property line than an existing bank of windows on the existing south-facing wall of the existing building. Yes, the new wall has moved forward on the property, but it has also shifted westward on the property. And because of the triangular shape, there is more room to build in a south and west direction. So the new windows end up to be actually further back from that property line. And also to be clear, this south property line is an exterior property line, as in it is against a street. This means, according to the BC Building Code for Fire Safety, the new wall could be 100% windows. Of course, that would be not very private and not in the interest of anyone. But the point is, it allows the planning of this very awkward property and this very awkward house to gain some decent light from the south side. So the neighbors at 2021 have submitted a concern of possible infraction to their existing privacy. You should know that at every turn of this design process, my clients have looked for privacy for themselves, for the walkers on the public path, and in particular for the neighbors on all four sides. Being such a small and public site, privacy is paramount. If you happen to have photo number 1 that I provided today, it shows the density of the coniferous vegetation along the path. This has provided, and presuming with good maintenance and continued with good maintenance, it will continue to provide good screening for the residents of both 2090 and 2021 Penzance. In the proposed design, windows are positioned on the south wall in the middle portion of the building. As mentioned, these windows are similar to the existing windows of an existing entry vestibule. These new windows, however, have a vaulted area behind them. There is no floor space behind these windows until halfway into the home on the main level. No one can stand behind these windows and look out, and no one can see another person at these windows. They are above grade where the entry hall is. They are for light and distant horizontal and upward views out from the middle and far side of the internal space. The concern of the neighbors seems to be focused on a corridor, a view corridor between the trees over their driveway entrance, as shown in photos 3 and 4. Views into their property are predominantly of a wide two-car garage door, driveway surface, a landing to a side door, and significantly further back, a wall with 3 small windows. The front door does not face 2090, nor do any major windows. All of this home's focus is, quite naturally, to the ocean side. Of the 3 windows, one is presumably, presumably of utility function behind because they're so small and high up on the wall. The most visible one to the road, and the one that would see 29 Penzance the most, seems to be of obscure glass or constantly covered by a blind. The view corridor is above an existing very old juniper tree on 2090. The tree bylaw prevents it from being removed, and my clients are adamant about saving it. I would contend that as this juniper grows taller, the view corridor will shrink. The neighbors have expressed concern that if the juniper goes or the trees along the public path die, their privacy will be compromised. I would humbly suggest it is not fair to impose restrictions onto a neighboring property based on a what if about the health of the trees. Besides, according to the arborists we've employed, all those trees are extremely hardy given the environment they've grown up in. So the only possible privacy issue is between the 3 small windows shown in photo 4 vis-a-vis the proposed design. Concerns about overview to driveways, a stair landing, and to garage doors is, again, I would humbly suggest, a bit of a stretch, especially in a tight little community like Harling Point. Nobody has privacy at Harling Point when they're standing in their driveway. Finally, to put the issue in some context, particularly the Harling Point context, photo 5 shows the direct, though still through still filtered vegetation, the line of sight between the wall face of 2021, which has the 3 small windows, to the position of the new wall face of 2090. That distance is 131 foot 6 inches according to the CRD map. Finally, again, using the CRD map, I have measured all of the situations on Harling Point where a wall face with windows faces across a street, which is what that path is. So the same width as McQuina, it is McQuina. All the faces of windows that face across the street, a street, to another wall face with windows. So window measured to window between homes across the streets in the Harling Point community. Some homes, like those facing into the park or the cemetery, were not counted in this quick summary. Out of all those counted, where two houses face each other, 46 were the same or closer, and 6 were farther away as compared to the 136 foot 6 inches between 2021, the windows of 2021 and the windows of 2019. That's 88% were the same or closer. 2021, I would say that 2021 already has a situation of extreme privacy relative in the community. Finally, Harling Point is a very tight community, both figuratively and quite literally. I contend that one neighbor, on behalf of my clients, I contend that one neighbor cannot expect major adjustments to another resident's home just to maintain their rare case of very privileged private living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll go to questions, and then questions of the applicant for this item. And if there's anybody online who wishes, you can raise your hand at this time, and we'll get to you after the questions of council. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. And through you, I'm very confused. I'm so sorry, because you're saying 2021 as the address, and on my map it says 2120. Is that the right? And then you also said 2019, and I'm not sure where 2019 is because I don't see a 2019. So I'm actually quite confused. Is it 2120 that you're talking about? That the letter came from?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Are there any other questions of the applicant at this time? Then I will go to the public. Does anybody wish to address council? Please come forward. Same process as everybody else here tonight. You've learned our processes in here. Just state your name and just the municipality of residence is all that's required, and then you're welcome to address council on this matter.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm the resident of 2120 Penzance, the one to whom was being referred. My wife and I live at 2120 Penzance. And first of all, we appreciate the opportunity of having
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, Richard Milden.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity of having had communication with the architect, the homeowners, and with Oak Bay. And based on all that communication and the available drawings, we've made up a photo montage showing what the current view is. I don't know if that's attached. You can see. But when we acquired this property, it was quite private from the point of view of looking off to the north. Looking at the subject property, we could see through the foliage a glimpse of the eaves, a glimpse of part of one window, and that's about all. It was very well screened. If you want to know the value of privacy to a property, all you have to do is look at real estate ads and see how often the term private is used as a desirable characteristic. And I don't think privacy can be brushed aside because somebody feels that we have a privileged property. I think we're entitled to the same consideration as anybody with regard to reduction of that privacy. So in order to see what our view would now be if this construction went ahead, we made a photo montage superimposing a photo taken from the middle one of those 3 windows, which are not trivial windows. We look through those
You can
windows.
just address your comments to me. You don't have to look at the applicant, but we
Yeah.
do have the photo montage in front of us
I
here
understand.
in our package. Yeah.
Sure. We made up a photo montage showing what we currently see and what we would see based on superimposing a photo of the foliage onto what the proposed windows are going to be. Where we previously saw just a glimpse of one smaller window, we now see the entirety of an expanse of tall windows. And I should add that the roof line was raised by 15.5 inches. So these windows are much larger. And it isn't only the garage door, it's our living space. We have a deck that gives out onto that area. So we feel that the visual impact of this is large. the open plan of the subject property essentially allows views through those large windows into our yard, our driveway, our deck, and our own windows. So I know that there are 10 letters from other neighbors supporting the application for variance, but in fact, I think our property is the one most impacted, and we're not opposed to this application for variance in general, just this one aspect of it, which is a large expanse of new windows, which will have a serious impact on our privacy. Apart from this, we totally support this project. And I don't think it would take much of a design change to ameliorate this visual impact on our privacy.
Thank you, Mr. Milden. Is there any other members of the public who wish to address council on the application? Can you just push the button? Thank you for coming here tonight. Any other members of the public who wish to address council on the application? Don't see anybody online. If you're calling in, you'd hit *9 to raise your hand, but I don't see any hands popping up. So I'm going to come back to this table for council consideration. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Through you, Mayor, a question to staff. I just want your confirmation that what we heard from the applicant is correct, that the windows are beyond our purview anyway because this is a development variance permit for setbacks, correct?
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. The variance is about the setbacks and the volume. That's in short the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for our edification, the glazing controls are largely set by whether it's road facing or neighbor facing, and those are largely determined by fire code. Is that correct, Mr. Bull?
Yeah, that's correct. Mr. Miller was referring to that, and this particular face is facing a road dedication, so it plays out differently under the building code than the other setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Green, you had your hand up?
I was prepared to make a motion based on the staff recommendation. However, if there are other questions, I'll wait.
Well, why don't we get a motion to receive first, the report? Actually, yeah, the motion to receive the report.
I'll move to receive.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? Look for any motions in order. Councillor Green, whatever you wish to make.
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation that development variance permit, excuse me, my glasses, DVP 00123 for the property located at 2090 Penzance Road be approved.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this? I'm just going to make a quick comment on this because I appreciate that Mr. Milden came down here to address us and put a lot of effort into these pieces. I think at the end of the day, we're always in existing houses, especially 1908 sort of era houses. We look a lot at the architectural merit of the siting and design. And the reality is that variances do apply to setbacks in those pieces. So as noted, we have to consider that primary piece and the net impact. We can decline a variance based on the, if we just felt the overall design was, impinging, but at the end of the day, it's the variances. So if we were to request a design change, approve the variances, the applicant would totally be within the right to go and change it back to the original design again here. So I think we're looking at this in the context of that piece, and certainly windows facing roads tend to be given a lot more grace than windows facing neighboring properties or rear properties for that reason. I don't see any other discussion on the table. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. The variance is approved. Thank you for coming, both of you, for coming down here today. Moving on to 10.2, if we can get Councillor Smart back into the meeting. We have 2359 Hamiota Street up next. Do you have the introduction? But before I go forward, I am going to just require that I think we're going to probably get through these reasonably quickly, but we'll try. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting? I think we just say to 10 o'clock, and we'll do everything we can to get through this in the next 10 minutes or so. Moved to 10 o'clock. Maximum moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That carries. Over to you. The introductions get shorter as we go on here in the course of the evening.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. another development variance permit. This is at 2359 Hamiota. This location is located between Hamiota and Toad Road, and that's more of a lane, really, if you go through it. The variance is about parking in this case, as most of you are probably very familiar with. The Oak Bay zoning bylaw does require one of the parking stalls for single-family houses to be inside a building. In this case, there was a building for that. However, it aged, and at some point it needed to be taken down. Since then, we've worked with the owners, making sure they understood that that does create something that needs to be addressed under the bylaw, and they have opted to submit an application to request a variance to have both parking stalls not enclosed, so in the open, so to say. In this case, they're proposed to be located at the back. Staff have reviewed and tried to ascertain what exactly was the intent of that particular zoning bylaw requirement. And to the best of our knowledge, we haven't really been able to call back to the sources, whoever might have written the bylaw. But we think that the intent of that requirement is to protect the streetscape, in this case, Hamiota. However, with the parking stalls being located at the back, we feel that that is properly covered off in this particular case. So we're comfortable recommending approval of this variance to you. Notification process has been followed. Let me see. We have not received any further responses or any response to this notification, as to say. We have provided, again, the 3 letters of support that were previously already received. And this application is in front of you for consideration of approval of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. Are there any questions of the applicant? The applicant is online, I believe, with us here. I'm not sure. But if there are any questions of the applicant, I'll pull them up. Don't see any questions popping up. I will then go to the public. If any members of the public wish to address us on this matter, I will take those questions or comments now. Again, this is related to 2359 Hamiota Street variance. Not seeing any hands popping up. I'll come back to this table. Perhaps just deal with the motion to receive first before we get to the main
Motion to
Moved and
receive.
seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Looking for a motion for direction.
Move the staff recommendation.
We just read it out, that the variance permit be approved.
So recommend that development variance permit DVP 00125 for the property located at 2359 Hamiota Street be approved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Don't see any hands popping up, so I'm happy to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much. And we move on to item number 10.3. These are also subject to public input. If anybody wishes to address us on any 3 of these, I'm happy to take the public input hands online or in person. Nobody's in the building here, I don't think, that's here to speak to this. So I'll move on to 10.3. Mr. Payne, I believe you're here to provide the overview of the water utility rates.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll provide a quick 2-minute summary of the report, and myself and David Brozek are available for questions. So with respect to the water utility budget, the district operates just bulk water from the CRD, and that represents approximately half of the cost of the utility. The full cost of the utility are recovered via a consumption fee that covers about 65% of the costs, and the remaining costs are covered through a fixed fee, about 35%. Utility rates are amended in the year prior, just so they're ready to go and effective at the beginning of the next year, which is why it's before you today. This year, staff is proposing a 6.8% increase, which would add approximately $330,000 in revenue to the utility, to the water utility. And the increase is driven primarily by 3 factors. First of all, approximately $88,000 in forced growth factors that are described in the report, another $122,000 in projected bulk water increases from the CRD, who's projected a 4.99% increase, and then $121,000 to increase our transfer to reserve budget in line with the recommendations from a sustainable infrastructure replacement plan, which would put us in year 2 of 8 years of proposed 2.5% increases for infrastructure replacement in the water utility. If approved, this increase would result in approximately a $39 annual increase for a single family dwelling with average consumption of about 120 units. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there questions of Mr. Payne on this matter?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, I appreciate sort of the different components that you've indicated under forced growth factors. One of them being salaries, and I'm just, you're talking about percentages, as far as growth factors, and that sort of plays into the overall percentage of forced growth for the item overall. And I'm just kind of wondering about, I don't know whether you can approximate this, but approximately what component of that forced growth percentage is attributable to forced growth under salaries in terms of projections under salaries. And I think that I've heard that this may yet be revised yet again. So I'm just kind of wondering how much of this is attributable to salary increases and how much of it falls under other operational considerations.
Mr. Payne, as much as you're able to answer that, given I don't think the collective agreement has been fully ratified yet. It hasn't, no. So, can you answer that question probably in more general terms?
Yeah, I think I can, just in about 2 minutes here. Yeah, so as mentioned, about half of the budget is just bulk water. So I would say in terms of the proportion of the budget that is salaries, it's close to about 15%. And so, and in terms of increases, obviously I can't, I prefer not to provide insight into specific increases, as there may be a ratification vote tomorrow, in fact. But what I can say is that last year's projections for wage increases were probably low, most likely low, given that it was before some of the most significant economic factors took place. And so that would compound the requirement to increase salaries in the budget for the 2023 year to also to make up for that gap in 2022.
Councillor Appleton?
Just a quick follow-up, Your Worship. So it's, in fact, a lot of the forced growth is actually being derived from the cost of the water itself. Like our unit charges for water are actually driving a lot of this forced growth, or a good proportion of this forced growth.
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, yeah, the bulk water itself is about half of the budget, so you could say which would be about 4.99%. So that is actually, yeah, that is the majority of the forced growth right there.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite?
Mr. Payne, through your mayor to Mr. Payne, so this $39 per household, and it's $329,000 increase, right? I think that's what I saw in your report. How much on taxes would that be?
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, if it was charged via taxation instead, that would be approximately a 1% tax increase. Last year we had 30 million in taxes approximately, so it's about a 1% tax increase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there any other questions of Mr. Payne on this matter? I probably should know this answer more than you, but I don't know it. The CRD has recently approved a 30-year fairly substantial increase in investment in the water system. And that's a 30-year plan. Do we have any sense of how that's going to be broken down over the coming years? I don't believe that's been broken down from a capital perspective. Mr. Brozik's in the room shaking his head, so I'm thinking maybe it hasn't been broken down. Mr. Payne, do you have any insight into that in terms of our projections, how that's going to be applied to the end users?
Your Worship, no, I concur with Mr. Brozak. I don't have any insight at this time.
I think it's a bit early on that front. So, okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? We will then need a motion to receive the report. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And then some direction here as to how we want to proceed with the water bylaw piece. We have to do, if the motion is to move it forward, to direct that increase to the transfer, and then separately the water rate amendment bylaw, which we'll do first and second reading consideration, and then if that passes, third reading. So that'd be the process. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I am prepared to move the staff recommendations for this report. Yeah,
So can we do first that to increase the transfer to reserve?
yes,
Okay.
I'll move that.
Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Do not see any, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? And then we need, I believe, just Mr. Coates, I think you're still with us. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. It's been a while since we've done water rate amendment bylaw. We do first and second reading. We can do those two together, I believe, and then we'll do consideration, we'll do third reading, and then we'll have to come back for adoption at a future meeting. Is that correct?
Your worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I don't do it wrong because I don't want to have to come back. Councillor Watson, do you want to just move first and second reading of the bylaw 4828?
Thank you. Yes, I'll move first and second reading of bylaw 4828, 2022.
Moved and seconded, thank you. Any other discussion? Don't see any. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? And then third reading?
And I'll move third reading of water rate amendment bylaw 4828, 2022.
Moved and seconded. Well done. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? Procedurally here, for those who aren't familiar, we typically will move first and second together. We'll do debate on second reading. If we want to make amendments, we can make amendments at second reading, and then we would move it to third reading. We can't move all the way through to adoption under the Local Government Act in one sitting, so we have to move that to the next meeting. And so that's the process going forward. That allows for that sort of sober second thought and so forth to come back to this body. Moving on to 10.4, bylaw number 4829, the sewer use charge amendment bylaw. Mr. Payne, you're back on tap.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great pun. Just for clarity, it'd be a similar presentation, but the way that the sewer utility is funded is quite a bit different. So the district operates a sewer utility and provides its residents with sanitary sewer services. Sewage is conveyed to CRD trunk sewer mains, which are conveyed to the Correa Liquid Waste Treatment Plant for treatment. The costs in the budget before you represent municipal costs only. So the cost of the regional treatment and conveyance is not included in the budget before you. The bylaw sets a municipal sewer rate to recover 70% of the municipal costs. That's based on consumption. That's based on water consumption, 60% on water consumption. The remaining 30% of the cost for the municipal sewer system is on property taxation. So if you approve the bylaw before you today, it will also necessitate inclusion of that 30% cost in the property taxes, which will come before you in the 5-year financial plan. As mentioned, the sewer user fee, it's based on 60% of water consumption. So there's an assumption there that some of the water is being used for water purposes and it isn't for watering gardens and whatnot. Now, the bylaw also sets a rate to recover the regional costs that's imposed on us. However, that budget it's kind of out of our hands, so it's not included in that budget. But we do have to set a rate for it, which is why you'll see a regional district rate in the bylaw that's proposed as well. This year, staff is proposing a 5.4% increase to the sewer user fee budget, which is just about $80,000. The primary cost drivers are $62,000 in forced growth and $52,000 in transfer to reserve budget. And of course, it's only 70% of those costs that would be recovered by this. So that similar to the water utility, the transfer to reserve budget increase is related to the recommendations from the Sustainable Infrastructure Replacement Plan, putting us in year 2 of year 8 of 2.5% increases. This would result in an approximate $15 annual increase to a single-family dwelling with an average consumption of 120 units of water per year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions, Mr. Payne? Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Payne. My question is very similar to Councillor Braithwaite's earlier question on water utility rates, and that is why sewer rates are not reflected in property taxes. And I know you have an answer to that question, but it is becoming more and more of a concern. I've had a number of residents over the last, well, particularly this last year, contact me about their concerns about what they consider to be very high rates. And only a portion of the the sewer rate is water. So I think the water. One person broke it down. It was something like $249 for the water, and the rest, it was a total bill of over $800 was sewer rates. So can I ask you, will it ever be possible to move the sewer aspect to property taxes? People feel that would be a more fair way of doing it. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And perhaps you can break that down, Mr. Payne, if you can, between how we break down our sewer costs as well as the CRD sewer costs.
Yes, Your Worship. So the sewer, the total sewer bill, including the regional costs and the municipal costs, will show up on a person's water bill. It'll be split up, but you'll see CRD sewer there, and you'll see municipal sewer. And the CRD portion is not quite double the municipal portion. So there's the large proportion of sewer costs on someone's sewer utility bill are the regional costs, and that's just because that's the operating costs of the treatment plant and the conveyance mains as well. Now, on top of that, the district also incurs capital and debt costs for sewer, for regional sewer, and those are imposed in the form of taxation, the CRD tax, albeit much lower than the operating costs. So there is a portion of the CRD sewer that's funded by taxation as well. Now, council has ultimate authority in terms of how you recover those costs. Most certainly, you can recover them fully through taxation or partially through taxation. We did a review in 2020 because we knew that the sewer treatment plant was getting turned on, and therefore the district was going to be charged a lot of operating costs from the treatment plant. Council at that time elected to use a sewer user fee to recover the regional costs, but council can elect to change that in the future. Now, one of the things I hear from a number of folks is concern around how the sewer fee is inflated with through the gardening season. So if they're using water consumption to water their garden. Yes, we discount the water consumption by 40%. So we only take 60% of water consumption and apply it to it. But for those folks that are engaging in a lot of watering, they're going to see a large sewer bill, and they feel that that's unfair. And there's some validity to that for sure. Overall, the costs to the sewer utility are the costs. So what we're really talking about is not reducing costs, but redistributing the costs among the sewer users. So we can't, we've actually have a utility rate review or utility billing method review underway at the moment. I've just been without a deputy, so I've repurposed some of my staff capacity for other reasons. But that was one of the questions that was being asked and researched, and with the intention of bringing that to council for consideration of repurposing the rate model if council wanted to choose. So that work was underway for the last year. It's sort of slowed down a bit, but I would hope to be able to bring that to council at some point in the near future.
I really appreciate that. And I don't want to put you on the spot about a date about when that might come forward, but do you see it coming forward next year?
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, I had actually envisioned it to be coming forward. I can't anymore, but this quarter was my original plan. I'm due pre-screening interviews for my deputy this week, so wish me luck, please. And then I would certainly set a new deadline of basically Q2 if I could have that position filled.
I wish you luck then.
For all kinds of reasons, yes. Good luck. Other questions? Mr. Payne on the sewer use charge amendment bylaw. Sorry, I had yours on that list. Right? Green, Watson, and then Braithwaite.
Thank you, through Mayor, to Mr. Payne. Just a quick follow-up. You answered most of my questions in the discussion that you just provided around rate setting, but can you just remind me, maybe you said it, when did the 70-30 formula get set? How long has Oak Bay been doing it that way?
Mr. Payne?
Your worship, I would just have to take a guess. It was here prior to my arrival in 2019. If I recall correctly, it was there at least another 5 years prior to that. So somewhere around that time, yeah.
All right, thank you.
My recollection to that is, at least since I got here, it was that way, which is 11 years. But we did make, the only change we made was that we had all of the capital costs from the sewage treatment were going on to the utilization. And so that change happened, as Mr. Payne noted, I think in 2020, where we swapped that and put that on taxation because it was essentially a fixed cost. It had, people could not affect their costs by usage, and so the capital cost was moved to taxation, and the operating cost, which can be affected by the volume of water use, was moved over to utilization. And yes, I agree completely with Mr. Payne. There was no right answer on that one. There's just different ways of having pain in different places. Any other questions for Mr. Payne or Councillor Braithwaite? Sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, Councillor Green asked the bulk of my questions, but just to ask a similar question as to what I did on the previous item, the 52,000 increase is what kind of an increase on taxation?
Mr. Payne?
Through your worship, 1/6 of a tax increase, $300,000 divided by.
15%, sure.
I'm just, thank you. I'm just kind of adding it all up in my head, but thank you very much. And thanks for all the answers to Councillor Green's questions, because that really helps me. And I'm really pleased to know that it's coming back to council at a future date to have another discussion about.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you. And just to clarify my comments and questions of Mr. Payne, and again, thanks, Mr. Payne. For homeowners who are struggling, it would be possible for them to defer taxes. And that's the whole point, that, you know, for those who are on the edge or unable to, you know, who struggle, and that's all I can say, it would be a tax deferral option for them if it was set up differently, but that was the rationale for the question. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Green. I don't see any other, so we're just looking for a motion. Do the same sort of order of process. Can I get a motion to receive? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? Then can I get the motion staff be directed, just read into the record? This is directed to increase the transfer to reserves or capital budget by 52,500.
I will make that recommendation, Your Worship.
Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on that? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? And then we just have reading of the bylaw 4392.
Your Worship, I would move that sewer user charge bylaw number 4392, amendment bylaw number 4829, 2022 be given first and second readings.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on first and second reading? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed?
Your Worship, I would that sewer user charge bylaw number 4392, amendment bylaw number 4829, 2022 be given third reading.
And seconded. Thank you. We don't usually discuss on third reading. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? Thank you. And we move on to the last item here, which is the 10.5 bylaw number 4830, refuse collection and disposal amendment bylaw. Mr. Payne, you again.
Well, thank you, Worship. A bit more of a succinct presentation. The district provides solid waste services and funds that through the use of a flat user fee. Included in that funding are a variety of sub services, if you may. Recycling, operating the recycling depot, the garden waste, organics, curbside, and other services as well. So it's not simply curbside solid waste. The recommendation for the increase this year is $75,700, or a 4.9% increase to the solid waste fee, which is $14.58 per unit.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Payne on this, or Mr. Brozick? Councillor Watson, go ahead.
You threw your mayor to Mr. Payne. I just had one question about the beach cleanup piece. Am I on the right? Yes, I am. And why its particular increase proportionally is bigger than the rest? I know it's not a significant item, but I just wondered, are there staff being added to that, or what caused that increase, or that proposed increase?
Mr. Payne?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That's always the trouble with having a a line item with a small dollar value, because even small increases are large variances. But essentially what happens is, Mr. Brozak, he allocates his staffing and all his crews to all of his various divisions every single year. And so there's no overall increase in staffing that's been allocated. But if he, say, for instance, uses a regular part-time employee in the division, which is what I think happened here, as opposed to auxiliary, it increases the benefits load. So again, the overall cost to all of his crews haven't changed, but this one line item it escalates accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can a quick question for you, Mr. Payne? There's a noticeable drop in recoveries for this. Is there a rationale for that?
Through your worship, yes, two main things. First of all, the public works yard is no longer selling repurposed compost. Mr. Brozak might have a better description of that. And also, there was some initial stock from some of the bins, which are no longer being sold as well. It's no longer stock, so we're having to repurpose and resell those bins.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. The only other question I had for this was, there's obviously we have a substantial amount of investment that has to go into the public works yard, which falls under this budget. Is there any mechanism by which we could add, like not a percentage, but as a line item dollar cost, $10 a household, $20 a household, something that would just be clear and allocated on a fee structure that could be clearly for capital improvements to the yard? Is that a model we're allowed to use, or does it have to be sort of wrapped into a service fee piece?
Your worship, really the only legislative restrictions that I'm aware of is that it has to, if it's going to be funded by the fee, it has to be paying for the service is all. So absolutely, you could make the argument that the maintenance of the public works yard is necessary to provide this service, and you can allocate a portion of that cost using a transfer to reserve budget. So you could embed that in this. Absolutely. And we would simply, it's much like the water utility and the sewer utility where you have the transfer to reserve line items, which is used in calculating the fee.
Thank you for that. I'm not suggesting we make those changes on the fly. I just as an incursion, I think we always have a lot more support for capital investment than we do for operational pieces, and somehow using that as a tool might be worthwhile. So I need a motion to receive the report. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, another question. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. And to Mr. Payne, I noticed that on the report, thank you for that, the organics collection contract expires in 2023. Is that at the end of 2023?
Mr. Payne?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right. So I have a motion
I'll
to receive
move.
on the floor. It's live, so I can deal with the motion to receive first before we go on to anything else. Any discussion on the motion to receive? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
I'll move first and second reading of the refuse collection and disposal amendment bylaw number 4830, 2022.
I just wanted to make a comment that I'm looking forward to as we move forward with our climate action plans of having a consumption-based model for this as well, so that we encourage people to have less waste.
Thank you. No other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? And
I will move third reading of the refuge collection and disposal amendment bylaw number 4330, 2022.
it's 4830, so I want to make sure we capture that correctly in there. Yep. Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. We have, is there any new business from members of council? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Not new business, Mayor, but just as a summary of all of these last bylaw changes we did. And I do understand and appreciate Councillor Green's comments about people questioning and they're still questioning a water bill, but I keep reminding people it is not a water bill, it is a utility bill. And so I will make the same suggestion as I made last year, and I know Mr. Payne has been very busy, so hopefully, though, he will staff up, and many of the other local governments, because this does get confusing to residents. There have been some changes and some additions, and a number of them, Saanich is one that comes to mind quickly, have just a summary listing on their website that says this is what your utility bill is, and it basically is all of these things in the framework. And I think that would be very, very helpful, because I find that I do a lot. I have a little summary chart. I copied Saanich's and I do the summary chart, but I converted it to Oak Bay, and I'm using it to give to people. So it would be really nice to have it published on the website and easier explanations. So just a suggestion that I put out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I think anytime we can educate is helpful. I just want to say, before we go, Mr. Brozak, thank you for being here all evening. It's a long night of sitting in very uncomfortable chairs. But we do have less than 2 minutes to go. So we have a notice of motion. You were going to read this into the record? Or do we actually need to read it in, or is the fact that it's on the agenda form the requisite notification? Mr. Coates?
Certainly, Your Worship, that the publishing of it on the agenda is the requisite notice.
Satisfactory? All right, so there's nothing to do there. That will come to the next meeting, I believe. So is there anything, I guess that's all new business, we're done. Ms. Williams, you look like you're putting your hand up.
I am, Your Worship. Just thinking about how heavy the December the 12th agenda is, I'm wondering if council would be amenable to us bringing that forward at the first meeting in January.
I'm going to leave that question. Councillor I'm going to leave that alone, because I think if Councillor Appleton wishes to leave it, then we can do that, and council always has the purview of managing it at the meeting, so we'll just have that conversation separately, because, yeah, I don't want to make that ask unless you're prepared to answer the question right now. I think I'd rather, there's nothing required in this motion that says when it's coming back. It's just here. It'll come to the 12th unless otherwise determined, and council can determine at that point if it wants to, because council wouldn't normally give a direction here to say we'll consider that a specific meeting. It's just being read into the record. I think that's my understanding. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wanting to clarify, because it was introduced as coming back to the next meeting. So I was just wanting to clarify. Normally, staff would use the opportunity to balance out agendas, but because that was noted, I wanted to mention that. Just keeping in mind that we will have our priority project setting exercise at that meeting as well.
Let's leave that offline, because we're going to run out of time in 2 seconds here anyway. So motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? All opposed? Not opposed? There's a kind of a moot ask.